No, that was not two songs playing at once. It was the same song, probably playing over itself a dozen times or so. Looks like I forgot to mute the YouTube tab, which then fed the audio back into the program and thus created an infinite stack of the same track. A whole new level of Factorio procedurally generated music, indeed. Hello everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm just preparing you for the soundscapes that are about to come, because the neighbors have decided just as I started the stream to start drilling some holes, so they probably will be hearable on the stream a couple times from this point on. Hopefully they won't have to do too much. We'll see how it goes. Right. Base. I have done a lot of research on space platforms that I have completely forgotten where I'm at my actual base. Also, we've got the multiplayer Patreon server has started last week on the same map with about the same settings, except byte expansion off and the science cost multiplier diminishes a bit. And they have officially today overtaken me. In 1 week, the first space platform went up earlier today. So I've got some work to do. Alright, so yeah, last time I wasn't really sure what we were going to do with the once rocket silo complete in terms of the space platform. We've had a couple different iterations, starting with the line design. I wanted to get like 8 belts of iron from space just for the memes in the beginning. And the initial design was this guy. Just a long line. I thought it would be the most UPS efficient to have a long line, because the area of chunks that are generated would be the lowest compared to a design that branches out in 2 directions. But that was wrong. Very wrong. First of all, this design is stupidly long in order to generate 8 red belts of iron. It's literally 27,000 tiles wide. And turns out I did not know how asteroid spawning works at the time when I built this thing. So quick refresher, the amount of asteroids that spawn is dependent on the perimeter of your space platform plus the distances to the spawn edges. But then the asteroids are divided equally over all 4 edges, which you have this insane asteroid storm right here at the edge of the field. This is not how a normal Norwegian unmodded space platform looks like without dream luck, but here I can immediately see the problem. One of these asteroids is moving the other way. That means this asteroid generated 27,000 tiles away and just went horizontally all the time before it despawns and is never grabbed by one of these grabbers. So yeah, it basically turns out the asteroids spawn towards the center with a random offset of 18 degrees, which means we are so far away from the center here that the average asteroid actually spawns horizontal, which means I'll miss like 40% of the asteroids that spawn on this edge for sure. And a lot of those asteroids will be on screen for a very long time, traversing all the way to the other side of the build. So that was not great. So we have to do away with this design. Alright, and then we learned that asteroids spawn angled towards the center with an 18-degree offset. So we started designing what would be the largest possible box, right? The largest possible box that captures all asteroids. I'm not going to go into how we determined that, because that was a full week of work by not just me, but people smarter than me on the Discord have run simulations, and we've done a crazy amount of mathematics, and we've got a good final answer out of that full week of work. The ultimate answer is going to be it's got to be about 3 to 1. 3 to 1. 3 to 1 is the answer. That took a week. All right. So we started. Let me find the. Do we have one with all 3? I don't think so. Let me just grab the one with. Let me grab the last one. Alright, so this is the ideal shape. It's about 3 to 1. The point is, so asteroids which spawn on this edge over here, let me just speed up time, so they travel a bit faster, so hopefully you can see some pixels moving on the screen. I tried to disable the star map, but I couldn't figure it out. So some of these asteroids still spawn horizontal, but eventually they'll get within reach and they will be grabbed. There are no more any asteroids which go to the other side, and because we have a box design, I figured it would be the most efficient design, the most UPS friendly design at least, so it won't bog the game down so much, because the asteroids are on screen for the minimum amount of time. All asteroids that spawn basically immediately run into a collector. So they won't have to be generated all the way until they meet the center of the box here, if you have like a cross shape or something like that. So we're probably going to go with this design. So yeah, it turns out if you... Basically, this is not the biggest design. The biggest design is this one. This is basically a 3-to-1 in the other direction. I cannot zoom out far enough. Well, let's have it on the middle of the screen then. This is a 3-to-1 in the other direction. That is the absolute largest you can do it while still capturing all asteroids. If you go larger, and some of the asteroids which spawn at the edge start to travel horizontal or even with momentum away from the platform, and you won't be able to grab them. So we're going to try to stick to the 100% grab rate, and because the asteroid spawn function is a factor of the total perimeter around your platform, we can actually calculate exactly how many asteroids will spawn over a certain time frame. I don't know if I got a 10-hour test on here, but yeah, theoretically it should be 79.8 for the metallics, 26.6, so we're slightly over here, and 53.2. So ice and carbonic is slightly over, while metallic is slightly under. I bet there would be a 50-hour test, but I just don't have the patience at this moment to run that again. I may have another one somewhere where it is visible. Maybe this one. No. A 50-hour test. All right. So this is the maximum size one build. I'll go over how we went to this size in a little bit. This is basically the top part of this box. Basically, that's the same size. Now, while this thing is like 6 times or like 5 times bigger in volume, it actually spawns like not even twice the amount of asteroids, because asteroid spawn is a function of perimeter, and you only add a little bit here and a little bit on the left side, while this is all the same. So not really sure if this is gonna be used for anything. We're probably just gonna go with this size. Also because I think this size is big enough to do our 1000 space signs a minute, if my first calculations are correct. I haven't designed anything, I've just done the asteroid mod, and we should get enough of those ice asteroids to spawn, which are the limiting factor for space signs, to barely squeeze out 1000 signs a minute. And we will have, that's the good news, we will have a full red belt of iron to spare, a little bit more even. And then if we want more iron later, we can just copy and paste this platform without making space signs to get the rest of our iron. So that's the current plan for that. The 50-hour graph shows indeed 79.8, 26.6, I guess it just rounds to the nearest number. This should be 53.2, so even over a 50-hour period, still it goes up and down a little bit. But the numbers, we have done more tests than one, more people have done tests than me. The numbers check out. We are confident that we know how it works now. So we can start working with the numbers. If you're interested, I will post blueprints on Discord after we actually design the platform. Because right now I'm just picking up the asteroids and throwing them into infinity boxes, which then delete all the stuff. Not even reprocessing the asteroids, because this is basically just an asteroid spawn counter. Every asteroid gets crushed, and the extra byproduct is just thrown away into a chest, so we can actually see how many asteroids spawn over a given time. Of course, we are going to not just throw away the byproducts in our actual save file, but we're going to reprocess them. So we will have more iron ore coming out of this, more ice coming out of this than is currently displayed, especially with some productivity modules. Right. So basically the ideal box, let me go to, I have the 42 tiny test. Alright. So basically a square is the ideal shape, because asteroids spawn 18 degrees off from the corners. If you have a square spawn edge, then all the asteroids are basically going to be angled at the center, yeah, plus or minus 18 degrees. That means you do need a minimum size. I'm not sure what the minimum size actually is, but it's not very large. This is like a 40 by 42, like 42 by 42 platform, and it catches 100% of the asteroids already proved by just look at it. And we can look at it a little bit. There is no asteroids which drift off. In fact, I didn't even see a single asteroid from this corner. Actually, there is one. Get to the other side. So they do that, but there shouldn't be asteroids which drift away over here, or like away on this side. Let's just watch it for a little bit. So the ideal shape is a square. But the problem is, you might have heard of the Factorio LAN party, which was held before the release of Factorio 2.0, where Troepen and others built a ship called The Intended Way or The Intended Method or something, where they just built out a platform so large that basically the entire asteroid problem the entire asteroid problem for spaceflight was bypassed. So as a result of that spaceship, there is now a maximum build limit towards the northern direction. There are no build limits towards other direction, certainly as evidenced by the line design, which is 27,000 tiles wide without problem. But you can only go up a maximum of 200 tiles, which means once you reach a square box of size 400 by 400, that's the maximum square you can make. So basically that is like this part. This is the maximum square you can make, 400 by 400, because you cannot build further on the y-axis upwards, because 200 is the build limit. So then becomes the question, how far can you go to the side before asteroids which spawn on the right edge over here start spawning with such angle, like this one. This one goes almost completely horizontal, but he will get caught before the edge. We'll just follow this one along. Maybe I can follow him like this. And he's gonna reach a collector soon. There we go. That collector picked him up. That is not even 1/3 of the way to the other side. But there's gonna be more extreme asteroids than that one. But none of them should have an angle that faces away or goes exactly horizontal. If you build the platform wider than about 3 times the height, so in this case it goes up 200 tiles. So this is exactly 600 tiles. I think you can go, like, depending on the quality of asteroid collectors, you can go 10 or 20 tiles wider, but 3:1 is an easy to remember ratio, and it's basically safe whatever level of asteroid collectors you use. So I can even not use the rare collectors on the corners here. So that means this platform is 1200 by 400. Of course, then you can go in the southern direction, which is how we get to the other design. I guess we just add a new space platform. The maximum size one. The problem with platforms in space is you cannot really place them in one go. Even in editor mode, you have to place them sections and sections at a time because of the chunk generation stuff. You don't get a lot of extra chunk generation in space, so you can only paste a blueprint once the chunk is generated, which was a major problem for my line design. Alright, and now it's complete. So this thing is now complete, and this is basically a 3-to-1 in the other direction. So we cannot go out further to the north. We are 600 tiles to the right, which means from this point on, from the center, we can now go 1800 tiles to the south. So this resides at y equals minus 1800, with the top being at y equals 200. So it's like 2000 by 1200. And that's the absolute maximum size you can make before asteroids start to spawn parallel to the platform or even facing away from the platform. So asteroids which spawn on the southern edge, if we go further below, the angle towards the center here becomes sharper and sharper. So asteroids spawning over here, if we would build out further, would go straight and even facing away from the collectors. But we are now right at the size where that doesn't happen. Let's see if we can just find a one which looks like it has a suspiciously high upwards momentum without having a lot of momentum towards the platform. That one might be a good candidate. That one is just spawning in. Can maybe follow this one and see if we can get him to... Oh, there he is. See which one picks that guy up. Okay, we're already getting a bit closer. You see, we're right on the edge, right? Asteroids really can spawn with so little sideways momentum that they really take a very long time before they get picked up by an asteroid collector. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's another one. That one is even worse, maybe? It doesn't seem to be. I think this one just spawned... I don't know where he spawned, but this is the one. If we look on the... how much we went up, there's not too much. Even the most extreme offset asteroids should still be caught before they pass the range of this asteroid collector. That was the whole design gimmick. So we're gonna use the box shape. We're gonna abandon the line shape, unfortunately. I did really like it. Especially the asteroid storm, which happens at the edge due to the weird mechanics, the weird spawn division. Like a quarter of the asteroids on each edge. That is really weird. So we won't, sadly, we won't get to look at this awesome asteroid storm. But it's for the better of the playthrough, because this thing can run not very fast. If I just try to go at maximum speed, it has 210 UPS. You may have seen on the other ones, I got like 1000 UPS. So even with multiple platforms, it is better to... a lot better for UPS to have the multiple smaller designs. Okay, I'm gonna re-chat a bit. I've ignored you all up until this point because I mean I'm such a bad explainer at this. I think if I get distracted mid-explanation, it will be even worse and nobody will be able to follow it anymore. Thanks Stylish Hobo for the level 1 subscription. Thanks C-Rex for the 13th month of subscription, as well as for the redeems. I should indeed hydrate. 2000 UPS, alright, that's new. Yeah, it was not all that, and I'm not gonna go into it, but we first thought the limiting factor was asteroids which spawn in the corner, but it's actually asteroids which spawn like slightly out of reach at the y-axis, slightly out of reach of the collector. Those have the biggest offset, or those have the most chance to go horizontal or even with upward momentum. So it was really a lot of mathematics and stuff. If you are interested, There's pages and pages and pages to read on the Discord, but yeah, we're not going to go into that. We're just going to go with the answer, and the answer is, about 3-1. So probably today we'll get around to designing space signs. I've abandoned the idea of going first platform just for iron, since basically the space science platform is going to generate a ton of iron as byproducts anyway. What's going on? Hey Odium, I think I again did something very wrong. Thanks for the 500 bits. So buffering. Maybe I am buffering. Have you tried grabbing all the asteroids to remove them from space to save on UPS? Yes, that's basically what this box design is doing. It's removing the asteroids from drifting across space as quickly as possible. Thanks Ecstatic Kadam as well for the third month. Pickpocketing Bezos's pocket. Golden Kappa train, I don't even know what it is. Asteroids do not spawn at the explored chunk borders, so let's go over that then. Tests. Since this is the design we're going to be building anyway. Asteroids, they spawn 48 tiles away from the edge of your platform. So however far you build your platform out, you add 46 tiles, and that is where the asteroids spawn. That is true for every edge except the northern edge. The northern edge, there it's 72 tiles, so it's slightly further. It does not, surprisingly, it does not influence the design of this, that the edges are further away, because the limiting asteroids do not come from the very corners, but from y equals like 1 asteroid grabber's range above the edge of the platform. That is the limiting factor, not the corner. So it doesn't really matter that the spawn edge corner is slightly further away on the northern edge. Now the mod we done is only for stationary platforms, because that's what I'm gonna build. Once you start moving, we're not even gonna try getting into that. But no, I'm just gonna have a stationary platform. It's gonna be big. This is basically just a 1 tile out to the spawn edge, and then it just goes around, basically a 1 tile edge. And then we leave an opening at the end, because the game does not allow you really, game? Designing in space is so annoying. Yeah, let's throw that in there. Now it will work. So they will not let you make a hole in your platform. Like now we've got a hole, but now we don't, and this is a valid design. Even though it's just a 1 tile gap. I made it a bit bigger, of course, because the asteroid collectors, basically it's just an uninterrupted field that could be optimized, but it's going to be quicker to produce the resources to just build a couple extra asteroid collectors than to try optimize the spacing, which varies with distance to the corner. I don't even want to think about it. So now we've basically got an entire hollow design. It kind of makes me think, especially with this visible planets and space stuff, like if you read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, this looks like that giant space where they design planets, you know, those designer planets, where Slarty Bartfest supervises the construction of new planets. They got an award for Earth, the Northern Fjords and stuff. Thanks Laserbeam. Wow, for 5 gifted subscriptions, thanks a lot. After both supercuts have developed a serious parasocial relationship to your right. I submit the name Grabby McGrabface. Maybe we can go with Grabby McGrabface. Thanks, Laserbeam. I don't see a message which I can read out from you. Thanks for the 5 gifted subscriptions. We need to finish the last 10% of research. That is true, but we're also going to spend a little bit of time designing the platform in editor mode, because designing space platforms not in editor mode, that should be illegal. That is just horrible. So we got basically a sort of infinite amount of space to design our platform. It's going to be as compact as possible, because each of these tiles of space platform takes 20 steel each, which makes anything you want to build on it, like say an assembler, that costs basically the price of the assembler, which is nothing, plus 180 steel for the thing to sit on, and then the inserter costs like a couple iron plates and another 20 steel because it needs a platform to sit on, etc, etc. That's gonna ramp up in cost real quick, so we're gonna keep it as compact as plausible. No message, just enjoy. All right. I got the name something McSomethingface is probably the most suggested names ever since they did the competition, instead of having for the scientific Boaty McBoatface ship. Donut holes are the only real holes. Yeah, we cannot make topological holes. That's the only thing we are forbidden from. So some guys in Discords have already made like entire Hillenburg curves, which are basically like an infinitely, not like infinite, but like a giant maze of it just gets out of hand real fast. Alright, but before we get to designing space science, we indeed first have 10% more to go in research to the rocket silo, and we actually got some things to do on Norvis, believe it or not, and we've got 1 hour and 40 minutes to do it. I went looking through my base a bit before the stream, and we have a problem. It's a first world problem, but it's a problem nonetheless. If we look at our copper ore graph, we can see we have started producing 160 uncommon copper ore per minute. But we are only consuming 137 or so. So we are producing more copper ore than we can smelt, which means indeed where is it? I know my base, I built this thing. Our quality copper ore is backing up, and that may lead to all sorts of issues if this ever backs up to a mine. So we gotta fix that for sure. It's already pretty significant. It's blocking coal here because somebody decided it was a good idea to mix quality copper and common coal on a single belt for some reason. That's already pretty backed up now. We gotta do something about that. And then there's just some problems in general, like my copper for red chips running out. Last stream we actually hooked up this super tiny mine over here to kinda stopgap the problem with this perfectly normal splitter, which you can find in any splitter book. But even with that, this is the last copper mine, and almost all of the miners are moving, save like 5 or 6 in the corner, so pretty soon that's again gonna be not enough. Similar, we've got copper for green science, which is all but done. So we gotta make sure green science and blue science and all that stuff keeps running, because we are not too far away from my pet peeve thing. Not pet peeve, my... how's it called? I don't know. Obsession. My obsession of getting the 50-hour 1000 signs per minute graph. We're doing exactly 1000 signs per minute, 1000.4 or something, 1000.3, 1000.4, something around that. we've got this area to cut off, which is like 5 or 6 hours to go. And then we should be at 1k SPM. That's the dreams at least. So we gotta make sure science keeps going before we get too lost into space platform stuff and ignore the simple things that mining patches are running out on Novice. So that is on the program. First we make sure that the sciences will keep on going, and we've got an hour and 40 minutes to fix that. That's the plan. That's the plan for the first 2 hours of the stream. Name the ship based on the total number of iron pipes placed at the time of the first rocket launch. It's no longer pipes that are, and I'm proud to announce it's no longer pipes that are on the #1 place in my all-time build list. It's now belts, followed by walls. Walls, of course, are used to block off biter bases. Pipes only has a humble 3rd place. Alright, we're going to name it the Grabby McGrabface 76,000 whatever, 100, whatever, 16 pipes we have placed at the time of launch. That is decided then. The pipes are the important ones. Right. So I'm feeling the time pressure, so I'm gonna reload and I'm actually gonna start playing right now. We've got a classic Michael Hendricks introduction for the first 35 minutes of the stream without making any progress. What else is new? Let's go do something. Yeah, I suppose the first thing we need to do is maybe just organize my inventory a little bit, because I did not do anything of that. I do have actually a good amount of stuff on me. Some inserters we could use. We've got some garbage on us, but for the rest it's actually not too bad. The question is, am I going to solve the problem properly or not? I don't really have space to put much more furnaces here, so maybe I'll just postpone it. Iron still has space. Iron ore. Alright, so we're producing 1.4. And we are as about as much as we are consuming copper ore. So the limit, what these 3 furnaces can do, looks to be 1600 ore a minute. So iron still has like half the capacity freed up apparently, even though it looks like all furnaces are busy. So we might just siphon off that copper ore, smelt it on this side, and then have future Mike scream in agony as he has to sort out all the chests with mixed iron and copper plates. I think we're gonna do something like that. Who doesn't like to needle future Mike? A hand-fed temporary smelting area. No, I think we are past the point where... No, I'm not gonna say that. We're past the point where we're gonna use hand-fed setups. We're definitely not past the point where we're gonna use hand-fed setups, but you know... How about this? Output priority to the right. So that continues on. And then we just grab a couple boxes. We can do a long-handed then. Which just puts it into this chest. We can do like one of these squiggly things. And we can say this guy, this is like the absolute overflow limiter. This guy only puts it on the belt. We'll put a saving grace on there. Only if we read a copper level, quality copper level, of basically if the chest is full. Maybe this inserter is too slow. Let's go 2350. So there fits 2400 ore in this chest. If it's filled up to this slot, then this inserter will start putting copper ore on the belt. And we've got basically 4 chests to fill up. So it will all stash into this chest eventually. That is the plan. So let's throw that in there. And we've kinda temporarily fixed it. Yeah, that is I don't know, probably a very Michael Hendricks way to fix it. What do you think? How many videos you are behind? I don't think I'm gonna stay behind. It looks like I'm way behind, but that's because the first videos basically had to introduce all the concepts, and now we're just getting to the straight base building, which is not gonna be as interesting to talk about over a large amount of episodes. So I don't think we're gonna be behind for that long, to be honest. Did I do it wrong on the condition? I might have done that wrong. Right, I did that wrong. So if it is equal to or higher than 2350, now it is right. Thanks. Of course, I screwed it up. I always screw up the wire conditions in some way. So that deals with the first problem, which is the the uncommon ore backing up, which means this belt should now be unclogging itself over here. I suppose we'll take a look eventually if this is freed up again. This backed up quite a ways. Okay, this let's see if it's actually declining. It's backed up until here. I guess we'll just look after a little bit. We might have some preference of the belt side stuff going on. In fact, I can probably do something like this here. There's no space. To make sure this can flow on both sides of the belt for now. Which means this can just keep running, and I think that should solve a lot of the problem. Yeah, this was already starting to get unclogged. There was just the coal on this belt, alright? So let's save there. That is a small fix, and the first save then of the stream. Fixing quali copper. Alright, then the next problem is going to be copper mines. So we got red chip copper. I've been looking around a bit. We've got one copper patch remaining here. It is this one, which is in a good location. So we can mine that and just hook it up to basically the back of this. We can hook it up to here. And that should be okay. I'm not going to quality up this mine, even though I think I could. Because I cannot process all my quality ore. I never thought I would be using all that. All those furnaces. This patch is still left over courtesy of Whoop, which changed the red ammo cost, cutting the copper cost by 5 in the latest stable. So instead of using this patch for red ammo, which was originally the idea, we're now using this patch for red ammo because we just need like half a belt of copper. So this is now devoted to red ammo. We can use this then for red chips. And for green signs, I think we're just going to maybe mine a little bit more of copper, which is under here. Let me switch off the pollution. So there's a little bit more copper hidden under here. You can see it on the map view, but not here because somebody put like a giant belt array on top of that. We can probably just try squeezing in a couple more mines at least. It should help a little bit with the problem. Though I suppose eventually we're gonna have to hook up another copper source. Maybe that one. This one is in pristine green chunks. Kinda, actually. No, maybe we'll just hook up this one then. Because it's not really that much in pristine green chunk area. We will lose a couple ones. But this is already pretty red. So if we just belt it out this way, we can basically just plop it into the back of this and we should be fine. And we can even do quality for that one. Because I don't think the pollution is that severe here just yet. And we have the ability to laser bases now, so... Right, I think we're just gonna first do the easy bit. And the easy bit being... putting some extra mining drills on this copper patch right here, which is invisible. I'm out of mining drills though, but there are a couple ones which are run out, so maybe that will just do. So this side of the patch, this used to be a giant copper patch, but this side is entirely mined up by now. It used to go all the way out to here. I suppose this belt is actually not being used for something anymore. It is just a fake belt. So we can actually output on that belt if I just place the miners here instead of here. Sure. Oh. That was the wrong hotkey. I lost my chat windows. Pretend I'm reading them. Let's look at it. I read a comment that it's... I think this is fine. The main problem is we are not using... Maybe it's not fine. The main problem is we are not using coal for power anymore. We have completely switched to solar, and accumulators, which means we are relying on plastics. We're already picking off some coal here. I think this is fine. This is gonna unclock and this coal is gonna run out. There's like only 2 or 3 coal miners left which are actually mining coal onto that belt. So yeah, we're gonna be fine. This is eventually will be only copper, so let's not worry about that. We'll head back over. To here. I want to do this. Just to temporarily block the iron ore, so it doesn't get all in my inventory. Hey, there is the copper. I knew it was there somewhere. There's even still copper there. Okay, let's just keep going. We'll reveal all the copper eventually. Okay, let's not keep going for too long or my science graph will die. Rip. It looks like we're at the edge of the patch here. Alright. Stuff is gonna go in my inventory, so be it. Alright. So then this belt is gonna have a mix of copper, quality copper and normal copper, so we have to sort it out still. I think we have to run this belt back a bit. Something like that, maybe. Now we can switch on the roboport. We can fill that in. It's actually a lot of mining drills, more than I have at the moment. And we'll use those to place the power lines, I suppose. It's a mess already anyway. I got one more. But no quality modules. Alright, then let's hold off on that. Should I do the other side as well? It's gonna be a bit harder because there's a coal belt going there. So I think we'll wait until the next line runs out before we do the rest of the patch. This should hold for a bit longer, I suppose. Let's grab back our expensive undergrounds. Cannot believe they are still expensive at this stage of the game. And then we just basically need some more mining drills, which I don't have. So I suppose we're going to go on a mining drill recollection tour. Probably tons and tons of those have run out by now. Hey Johnnies! I should have rid myself of the... Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna plop down a chest with stuff for Mike to sort after the stream. Alright. Right, an hour and a half left, so what do we need? I think we need to take more quality modules. What are we missing? These chests. Right, those were like the plans for the original plans for the platform. We have to revise those a little bit, I suppose, but let's not get sidetracked, or at least attempt to. We're going to need to build mining outposts, which means we need mining drills. I think we're going to efficiency module this patch. Or I'm going to run into serious trouble with quality. Maybe I should quality module that patch, man. Let's quality module it. Let's not be lazy. I just will deal with the consequences. And that should be enough for 200 drills. We're also going to grab more, which we will pick up from the mining drills, if we can pick up 200 at all. Then we just need a ton of belts, some power lines. Not too many, I think. Let's grab all of those. And then it's just belts. Not too many. I have a feeling something should be here. I ran into trouble last time and unleashed a behemoth spitter on myself, so I had to grab these things, I think. Maybe I just decided to keep that on me at all times from now on, I don't know. Alright, so let's throw some belts in there then, and we can go pick up some drills. We want to mine over here. The nearest power it's basically next to the solar field, so power is not far away. And then we need to belt this up north to this point. And divide it over these 8 belts, I suppose. That means we probably want to start collecting miners from this point and just circle around. So let's go do that. Do you have materials for rockets stashed? Oh yes, we do. Lots and lots of them actually. We've been producing those for a handful of hours now. We've got 23,000 blue chips, 17,000 low density structures, and basically 40k rocket fuel, something like that. Even space platforms are ready to start production. A full belt, red belt of copper wire, and we're gonna match that up with a full belt of steel, which is going to be which we have been collecting all game long basically. We're going to feed it out from this buffer chest system, which holds at the moment 800,000 steel. That is only enough for 40,000 platforms though. That is actually not that much. 40,000 tiles is about 40 chunks worth of building, which is probably about the area you see on the screen right now. Approximately. Do we have anything cute after rocket silo? We should. We should. The plan, I think, originally was to finish up the laser shooting speed and damage upgrades. At least some part of that, so we can fight bigger nests. At the moment, fighting against big and especially behemoth worms is very iffy. And we will need some time to set up space signs and iron from space and all that. So we actually cannot really continue on the way to thrusters just yet. So we'll research some of the damage upgrades. That will also kick military signs on again. We should have enough military signs locked up to in the buffer to research this at 1k SPM, despite only producing 800 something. Yeah, maybe eventually we will need fast inserter, but yeah, I don't really want to do that just yet, as long as we can. I have the steel here, yeah, because it is possible to create steel in space if you have a lot of time. I suppose I have a lot of time, but I do not really want to wait for that to kick off. It will take a very long time to create like 10,000 space platforms in space from the asteroids that spawn. I have installed a new mod that allows me to zoom out more. As you can see, I probably should... That's just for the base overview pictures, really. So I probably should disable that whenever I go into combat and stuff, because it kind of does give you an unfair advantage in spotting enemies sooner than you would actually see them. Right, is this the first drill or I already ran too far? That one is full. Yeah, I already ran too far. Let's go back. I have to do another traveling salesman problem. Figuring out a traveling salesman problem to figure out in which order I should take him. Alright, so we have one drill left over. Let's see how many we can pick up now. Maybe I should use bots if there is many drills. If there's just a couple, it's going to be faster to do by hand. But I do not have bots in this armor. There's already 20, that's like more than a belt of resources from that mining patch alone. I suppose we're just going to pick up all drills we can, because we were planning to build out several new patches. Alright, 43. Yeah, now to those peninsulas here. Yeah, space. I cannot do 8 red belts from space without either a lot of logistics bots and a lot of power, or indeed fast inserters. or even stack inserters. I need rare quality inserters, fast inserters or stack inserters with stack size 2. Oh, this looks nice. This biter base is kinda electrified. Okay, we definitely want to use some bots for here. This mining, this patch has run out pretty hard since the last time we visited here. Holy moly. 1 million left of 6 million. So hopefully we will be in time with the space platforms to replenish some of this iron with iron from space instead of building out new mining patches. That would be nice. Where are we going now? I think we should go there. Change to the running armor. Now I can zoom out when I walk next to the walls. I don't really have an idea of the trigger range of the enemies though, when I'm zoomed out this far. You forgot one. Ah, so be it. That will be for the next one. I think I changed my mind. The zooming out is very nice for the running. Just to get a better overview of what's going on. The next patches are over here. Not too many drills have run out there. Suppose we should visit up here real quick. Because that's the only patch over there. This is all completely gone. So let's go up. Yeah, there was a tiny bit of iron patch. I purposefully didn't say anything about it, because then you guys will make me mine it. I can feel it. I hope I have enough inventory space to carry all of this stuff, man. Might not. Okay, that stone patch we do not need to visit. That was the backup stone patch. It hasn't really mined anything yet, I think. I gotta say I like the overviews of the base like this. The builds are pretty large, so you need to zoom out quite a bit to get the full picture. Alright. Let me out. What is next? Over here there's a big patch, and there was something I still needed to do over in this corner as well. Fix up the steel splitter thing there. And there's one over there. That is a dangerous patch. I don't think I'll be touching that too much. Where are we? Okay, we are here. Okay, so these are all safe to take. Let's switch to the bot one. Let's not pick up all the belts then, if I'm worried about running out of inventory space. Alright, 78. This should provide 5 belts of iron, but I don't think it's delivering compressed belts here. And that probably has to do with the way I'm splitting this up. I I think I have more than enough miners, I'm just not doing this smart. So we're just gonna reconfigure this tiny bit. I could even mine some more in the forest here, but I don't think I want to do that just yet. Until we create some space with the laser bases. Now here is where I should start being careful. Alright, so this is definitely blocking biter spawns. Alright, so it does not upgrade unless I actually have the mining drills in my inventory. I do have my lasers as a backup, so I am probably safe, especially with my legs. I can run away. Okay. So slowly changing those back to normal drills. Technically I should be able to deconstruct this one then. Right. Think so. Yeah, we are good. You can see how much faith I have in myself. This has all run out. Oh, I was pretty sure this one was not blocking a nest, but actually it is. There's a behemoth biter spawn right under there. I'll just showcase that just to see if I just make a tiny mistake here, what will happen to me. Alright, I would have had a little bit of time to react. Okay, he's called. I'm saved because this guy is called into an attack group. Okay, I was temporarily saved. He got called into an attack group because of the pollution, so he kind of interrupted attacking me for a bit. But yeah, that is how quickly this can go wrong. So excuse me for taking the time a little bit over here. So instead we do the upgrade planner thing. Alright. And this one should be safe to pick up. Okay, good. Good so far. So let's see. We need 5 belts of iron. So if we've got more than 150 drills, we should be good. In fact, we only need 130 drills because we've got 2 levels of mining productivity. Which means we need only 26 mining drills per full belt of iron at this stage. If I do the copy thing, it's 160 rare drills. All the rare drills still have still are mining. It's the other ones, the 14 common drills, which have run out. So we have 160 drills. We are still good for science. I think I'm not going to do this in a good way. Let's just do it in a Michael Hendricks way. There, I just created two potential extra belts. Suppose one we can feed in here, the other one we can feed in there. Is this a 6-tile gap? I think it is. It is. Perfect. Now it looks like we're gonna need more space. One goes there. One goes there. I suppose we input priority the mine itself. And maybe we output priority here going straight as well. So these 2 belts remain full from this mining drill. Okay, so now these other 2 belts just help out this patch. While the patch itself keeps having mostly priority, maybe not. Let's add a couple more splitters to the splitter route to stop these belts. You can even spaghettify build belt monstrosities like this. And it still kind of works. So let's check if the belts start getting compressed after that. So here were the gaps in the middle belt. They've been there all the time, and looks like now these belts are all compressed again, which is good, because if these belts have gaps, my steel belt will also have gaps, and that we don't want. Okay, so that is fixed. My inventory now is definitely on the full side. Let me just do this to get rid of it, I suppose. We can pick it up next time again. I will need the inventory space for now. We've already picked up almost 200 drills, holy moly. One of those belts backed into the bottom mine. Solved it, alright. I wasn't exactly sure what you meant, so it's good that it's no longer an issue. We gotta get those mines built. It's only an hour to rocket silo. I guess we don't mind. We've got a whole bunch of space platforms to produce, so we won't actually be starting to send platforms in space right as we research the rocket silo technology anyway. That one is safe. This one is safe. This one definitely not safe. I'm just gonna use the upgrade planner instead of putting the wall back. Because I don't know where the wall should be. Alright, where do we go next? Next we have this area over here. 1, 2, 3. This is a furnace stack. Copper, iron, and then this over here. So basically just keep going north. Switch to the running armor. Solved it before reading the message. Sometimes I figure stuff out myself, it's not often. 227 hours for the first rocket. Pretty crazy. Yeah, the first half of the game, the first 90 hours or so, was spent mostly on combat. I didn't even properly start building a base until 90 hours in, really, except for a tiny fraction where I built a red and green starter base to research two key technologies. I guess the rare drills are really helping though to really stretch my resources. And the amount of rebuilding I have to do per unit per hour. This is gone, that's gone. Okay, so here we got 24 miners left over, not even enough for one belt, let alone two. I suppose in time we could put back the walls around this nest, but it's kind of funny that it's just mining drills as well. And this biter spawner is actually still hiding 59,000 stone from us, which we cannot reach. It's in the 9x9 center tile area under the biter base. So bad luck for us. We won't be able to get that because I did not pin the achievement. Because of the hands clean achievement, we cannot destroy any biter base until artillery, which is the other reason this playthrough is taking so long. Yeah, gun turrets and some ammo damage upgrade stuff. That was basically the only researches, and electric mining drill with radars, I suppose. But we didn't, except some basic red technologies. The first red and green technologies were automation 2 and then damage upgrade, I think. That was all. And then we stopped researching for another 30 hours or so. Yeah, the early game was really not recommendable. Do I go around to pick up everything? I suppose I do. Now I can really see the Dutch wall. So the blue drills, initially I gambled those up from uncommon drills. If we look at the production stats, mining drills, okay, you can see I made 24,000 uncommon ones with quality modules in them. Only 2,000 normal ones, 24k uncommon ones before we switched it off. We got like 1900 rare ones from that, or like 1600 or something, I don't remember. And then we just made the rest from rare materials once we've got enough of those. But initially we upcycled everything. I just ran straight past here. There's only one drill. We need to go over there. I suppose we can go back, it's close by. We need to go to the right anyway. In fact, this was not supposed to run out. Maybe it's time we just do this. Spend a couple of those drills. Okay, we were not having gaps in the belts just yet. But let's just keep it... I still forgot to pick up the drill. Okay, 71 drills, that's gonna be enough for 2 belts of iron for a while. Is it possible that videos will catch up with streams? I expect so, because the early game was extremely, I don't know, interesting. Extremely a lot of details were there to explain. I suppose we'll do the same thing over here. Would have just done the belt thing then. Because there were so many weird strategies to explain in the early game. Most of the, if you paid attention, most of the videos was just explaining what I did and why it works, rather than actual game progress. The amount of actual game footage in the first 7 or so videos is quite minimal. But pretty soon there is not going to be much to talk about anymore, and it's just plain regular base building. At which point I expect we're going to be covering a lot more ground per episode, and also, and I hope this is true, it's going to be easier for me to edit those episodes, because my god, that was all those basically all those videos were created from newly recorded footage. I did not use almost anything from the streams at all, except some funny moments. Which is why the videos come only out once per 2 weeks at the moment. And with the space platform stuff that has been going on this week, I'm actually pretty much behind for the next video. I haven't done any work on the next video just yet. It was finished a week ago. I try to have it finished for Patreon 1 week before it goes on YouTube. It helps me stay sane. But yeah, last week was mostly devoted to figuring out how space platforms and asteroid spawns work, because we're in the point at the playthrough where I needed to know that before going forward. So we'll see, there might be a longer gap before the next one. It kind of depends. I haven't even figured out yet what the next one is gonna be about. really. This is all common drills as well. Do we go there? Yeah, we go there. We go everywhere. Let's be thorough. And so probably what the... I don't know if I can make the video about what the Green Science Project is about. I suspect not. That's a good question. It might have the resolution of that technology progress in there as well, which means we'll skip to hour 90 in the next video. I don't know, maybe it's gonna be 2 videos. I think we were keeping the efficiency modules in here for the memes. I think we're just gonna take them out. Because I have no inventory space. Alright, you know what? I can live with this 1.3 coal without efficiency modules and without the rare mining drill, I suppose. Let's just do that now so we don't need to come back. There we go. Yeah, the space platform video might turn into another hard one to crack. I don't think I have enough inventory space to pick up everything. Suppose this one stays rare, because we just need to pick it up anyway at the end. We only have this big patch left over though. That's not true, there's also another patch there. 4 inventory slots remaining. That's 1 stack of drills. Yeah, it's 1000 times science cost. Oh god, we're gonna get some friendly fire. Maybe not very friendly. I'll try to pick these 2 up myself. Alright. I could craft some underground belts to help my situation. Let's see. There's not much I can do really. But that frees up another slot, maybe 2. I suppose we can design how the belts come in here. That will get rid of a bunch of belts. Maybe we should do that. So the patch is right here. I suppose we just go... Well, we need to go next to the signs. On the inside here, there is not really space. For, I don't know, 4 belts, 3 belts, whatever is gonna get out of there. If we hook it into the back of... If we hook it into the back of here, actually, we can just do 1, 2. Yeah, it works out. 3, 4. Do I still have walls? I don't. But that could be 4 belts. Okay, so if those 4 belts come up, they probably are just gonna follow the wall then. 1, 2, 3, 4. We do care about pollution. Let's just spend some of the belts. So I can pick up more mining drills already. I just hope it's going to be 4 belts. If it's not going to be... Is it going to be 4 belts? It looks like a 4 belt kind of patch. I'm not going to have enough belts, I think. Stone. Probably I should not mind that. For the inventory space. That should be enough space to pick up those drills. And also hydrate. Man, the time is flying again. Let me hydrate with some nice cold coffee. The rest will drink from the thermos so it stays warm. Even a donkey doesn't hit the same stone twice, but I make the same mistake every single stream. I put coffee in the cup from the thermos and then don't drink it. Alright, that was about it. Now we just have this iron mine and then we've made the full loop. We have picked up over 400 drills, I think, in total. So let's just walk down to the patch first. I think there was like a missing raider here somewhere as well. Poor man's gates, we still have those. I think that's fine. Right. If I remember correct, we have built exactly next to the patch on this one. Yeah, I think I should be able to do this. Without behemoth spawning on my face. Right? Seems so. Right, that one is gone as well. We missed the spot. Oh no. I said I was gonna mine it up by hand last stream, so I'm gonna do it. I am not a rare miner myself though, so I won't get the couple extra ore I get from this. Cold coffee, yeah, cold coffee can be good, but then it needs to be pretty sweet and have some cream inside as well. And some ice cubes, then it starts being good again. The worst thing is like this lukewarm coffee. Lukewarm coffee is the moist in the vocabulary of coffees. Right, there is no leftover iron here, we can all sleep nice again. Okay, of course I did not have inventory space, let's just do another same thing right here. Putting those chests everywhere. Hey Conkers, thanks for the 13 months. Right, so now we need to go down to the ore patch here. I think I'll just draw a power line. Maybe just from the extent of this actually. If I have him. And we're gonna draw up the belts from here as well. And those can then just go in a straight line all the way up to here. There's a lot of forest here though, so maybe we'll try to make it easy. Who built this belt straight through the copper patch? That's what I want to know. Maybe we'll just go through the sin part over here. Yeah, that looks like a nice angle of attack. Yeah, let's do that. thanks Fentanizer as well for the 14-month subscription. I knew it was going to be a lot. Alright, definitely not gonna have enough belts to do all the mining stuff. I suppose we could make some. It's probably faster to just run back to the base with the running armor at this point though. So we gotta go here, 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 plop. So I suppose first we want to reroute this horrible belt some way. It is coming up very straight though. Oh, it went through the Johnnies. I suppose we're going to have to reroute there this way. So here somewhere. Let's see if there's a vertical line where we don't need to chop a lot of trees. This one is actually not too bad. It's only one tree here. Wait. I used the wrong hotkey. I think I just should do it from map view. Yeah, rockets are gonna be very cheap. Yeah, one tile to the south looks perfect as well. Except for the turning point here. Oh, so be it. Alright, then we need a little bit of space for the splitter and whatnot. So I think we're just gonna join up somewhere like here-ish. And now I realized I should have done it different. So now I got all this copper in my inventory. Yeah, that was predictable. Now we gotta see if we can somehow build this patch out in such a way that we can mine all the ore. It appears we might be able to get away with that. We're gonna want some quality here as well. So maybe we need a 5th belt. Speaking of quality, let's check if the quality system thing... Okay, it did unclock, there is no more backing up. 667 ore is in there at the moment. It's looking good. Yeah, the green science is struggling though. I never finished this. So that's bad. Is green science struggling hard? Looks like we're still okay. It is looking a little bit scary though. Yeah, we'll need to resupply for belts anyway. Let's at least put down the drills and whatnot. Thanks Mr. Mihano for the 16 months. Holy moly man, it's sounding like unrealistically long. Just I cannot get used to that. I'm already streaming for like almost a year and a half then, I suppose. Quality modules, that was the one. Let's switch off the bots and see if we can somehow find an alignment that works. Okay, there is copper under this wall. Means we need either be on the edge of the wall here or on the bottom here. This could be an alignment. There's also copper here. Not a lot, but a little. Which we'll have to custom build something for, I suppose. Like, for instance, this would work. Alright. Yeah, I think that's the alignment. Normally I like to go around the patch and see what works best. But here we cannot really do that. Because we are limited by the walls over here. If possible, I want to not override those. Let me do this and this and this, and then we can build a new copper mine. Copper for red chips. Is that quality copper? Yeah, it's gonna be quality copper. I'm going to get myself into even more trouble. But the thing is, if you think about it, the late game stuff and space stuff are mostly quality copper instead of quality iron. The blue chips, you can see the mouse over, they are 40 copper and 24 iron a pop. So if I want to make those from scratch, I better have twice as much copper than I have iron. And similarly, low density structures, those are 2/3 iron as well, 20 copper and 10, I guess 2 steel, which is 10 iron. So if I want to make those, I will need a lot of copper, and those things are those are used for a lot of gonna get a new category, right? Those are used for a lot of that space stuff. I think it's unlocked here. Those are, yeah, blue chips, low densities, electric engines, blue chips, low densities. Thrusters are blue chips, electric engines. So yeah, we're gonna need a lot of copper basically for quality ingredients later on. If I now control Z, I will every time put the next section back in place. I've blabbered on for so long, the game asked me if I really want to undo this action from such a long time ago. There is ore above the wall, which is uncovered. I think we're covering everything now. These miners stick out, they mine from one tile next to them. I don't see any other parts. Now comes the painful part, the part where we need to chop a bunch of trees. We already have 95 miners. This is easily a 5 or 6 belt patch. We're just gonna draw 4 belts from it though. Alright, that one can be 1 tile back as well. I don't think I'm going to hyper optimize this. That is good enough. All ore there is covered. Yeah, I think we're good then. So that is 135 drills. That is a little over 5. A little over 5 belts. But not really because we have quality modules. So it's only 4.6 belts. But not really because we have quality modules. So it's only gonna be 4.5 belts of regular ore. So 4 belts actually, yeah, that is gonna be okay. We do have 1 extra belt for... we're gonna need 1 extra belt for the quality copper though. So it looks like we're gonna add a 5th belt to the array. On the right side then, I suppose. For now we need to somehow make a weird splitter again. I think I made one last time. On some patch. Pretty cool. Yeah, this one. Okay, so what this splitter does is basically it prioritizes the center lanes. And it does not limit any belt. Because I use yellow belts, I can make a 6-4 splitter with some of these red splitters, and it will never clog up anywhere basically. So another way to make your 4x4 splitter. Basically it's just a regular 4x4 splitter here with input priority on the center belts. But then we take the 2 outer belts and we merge those into one with a red splitter, so it can have 2 yellow belts of throughput through this thing over here. And however it is divided onto these ore belts, out can come 4 belts. The only thing is we need to introduce, we have quality, so we need to do this kind of thing. Something like this. Why does that not work? Alright, I just did not copy paste this splitter in there. Alright. I think that's all correct. I think we'll just switch it on and see how that works. And hope for the best. And then the quality belt will go adjacent. And there we got it. That's okay, I think. Thanks Waknura for the 5th month subscription as well. Legendary Mike Hendricks, love your content on YouTube. Thanks. Oh god, half an hour remaining. I have not got enough bells. But we can switch this on a little bit. I just wish this would just work. And the corners would be implemented automatically. Wouldn't that be awesome? Alright, then the power line. Now we know where this is going to go. Oh no, the power line is effed up. Oh no, the power line is on the left side. The power line is on the left side. So we're going to have a 5th belt here. It's not changing anything though for this specific bit. Alright. And that is switching it on. And see if it works. Check input output priority on the left and right splitters. We'll check it by switching it on. This is also wrong. That's gonna cause a lot of pollution. All the drills are working in the back as well. Get some quality ore on here. The question is, do we get no quality ore onto there? I think I'll put these on here anyway. Okay, no quality ore is on this belt. There's over 1k ore on this section of belt already, without this one. So I think it's wired up correctly then, or the splitter priorities are set up correctly. We are going to read this belt as well though, because we don't want to read the belt, we just want to see the bowling alley guardrail so we can figure out if we configured it correctly. Be kind of funny if this belt then just came up here. We're not going to change that. Need to get back to the base to fix green signs before my signs drops. The left bottom splitter is set up incorrectly. Left bottom. I don't see it. Quality goes in here, quality, sorry, the normal quality goes here, normal quality goes here, normal quality goes here. The red splitter. Bottom splitter, red splitter. The left red splitter. Oh, ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. Oh. Man, you guys have a sharp eye. That is probably set up wrong on the other one as well then. Incredible. How do you see that, especially in the stream quality that my stream usually degrades to at some point. Yeah, here it's wrong as well. There we go. Right. I was already about to dismiss you guys as being crazy, but of course that was not the case. It's never the case. Am I really? Wait. No, we're looking at input priority. We do want input priority on these. Output we don't care. I don't care that 2 ore is laying on this side. Am I still not getting it? It should be input priority, so this is okay. Do you really need more quality copper? I don't know. I don't know. But if I don't make it, and I will need it, it's gonna be kinda hard to make it. So I'm just making it to have it, because I have no idea. I have got not enough experience with space age to know what I will be needing later. I hardly remember any of the recipes from the other planets. So I'm just making it. I can do it, so let's just do it. I'm just gonna throw this copper in green signs actually, because this should be 1.5 belt of copper, and it is clearly not. This is getting nothing at all. We are just surviving off of the productivity module over here on both, like a double level productivity copper cable and then green chips into inserters. That is why we don't actually need a full 1.5 bell just yet. I'm mostly just out of bells. Also, I guess I don't need all the efficiency modules. We reclaimed more quality models than I needed, so I did not need to take all of those. Just more belts from my mall. If your mall is small, you can always find what you need. I can come up with excuses to not build a mall all day long, don't test me. Right, this copper mine thing should help a lot, because this is purely for green signs. I suppose we just mix it in here, that should be good enough. And then that goes into the quality mixer there. I do not even want to look into how this works, so I preferably just plug it into an existing section. If you watch today's video, it started so innocent, this area. It's getting out of control. It's got out of control real fast. But that should do it. We could do one of those things. We have space for it, so we might as well add one more incomprehensible splitter to the mix. That's 10 extra mining drills. It's not great, but it's something. I think we will probably need to set up this mine and plug it into the back of this one for green signs before we actually go do some space building, but that's okay. We need a little bit of time to produce the platforms anyway. What is missing here? What is the cargo bay? My piano mall is so large, I need factory search mod to find anything. I just make some belts, gears and circuits, and I'm good to go. It's base game Factorio really. We've got the belts we need now, so we're gonna go back out. 97%, still half an hour. On 90 F in 7%, still half an hour to go. Holy moly. I need a couple more confusing belts and let's speed up. The running armor battery is dwindling a bit. Alright, not here though, because we're gonna use bots to build most of this, I think. You can just ride the bot train. It's a bit slow on yellow belts though. First time catching 1k signs. Was that alert normal? Which alert? Oh god, am I gonna do this again? You know what? No more carry about pollution. As I've been looking forward to this moment for a while. Bots, do your thing. Walls down the forest. There we go. Is that not a nice clean lane through the forest? This is how normal people do it. Let's start being a normal person. There's a lot of forest here anyway. We can laser these bases easy. I think yeah, it was good to do that in the early game. We basically had to do it to keep the cloud under control. It actually did help, because we were pretty much on the edge of polluting unstoppable biters at all times. But now unstoppable biters do no longer exist. We can now laser bases, have the bots place the walls. We are no longer afraid of behemoths, we can defeat them with the lasers. So I think the time has come to maybe just not sacrifice a lot of time anymore on building all those undergrounds, especially far away from the base, and just Just plow through the forest. Oh, that bot multitasking doesn't quite work the way I think it was originally intended to work. There's always always the same, like 2 bells or something get left behind because the first bots get multitasked, but then yeah, it's a little bit weird. Right, crossing ammo. And I now realize I probably should build a radar down there as well. Yeah, we cannot see anything there. The copper is coming. Use fire. I think that is pressing it a little. Could get vision a bit better if I put it in the back here. Ooh. A little bit more vision. Yeah, all the early game work soon will not matter anymore, but we needed it to get through the early game. What's the red ammo belt for? It's military science, actually. We're going to go into military science right after this to upgrade the lasers a bit. Perhaps I should actually also upgrade my gun turrets for the space flights. I've done some experiments with the yellow ammo damage upgrade 2, which we currently have. It's always the same 2 belts, man. And that is not looking very promising. Yeah, just waltz them down. All the trees go down. Alright, those 2 bells get connected as well. Is it still far? I think we're there. Yeah, we are there. Alright. So then this is where the ore comes up. 4 belts of ore, and then the last one is quality. Actually, I suppose... there is no quality here, actually. That quality belt will have to go over here instead. Maybe it can just come in over here. Or over here. Oh yeah, maybe we can hook it into here, actually. Ah, this keeps it nicely above the power line there as well. Through the base as well. Okay, that is good. So the quality belt just has to go up here then. So belt number 2. Belt number 3 and 4 need to go around. And coming over here. And then the quality belt, I suppose, will just follow those guys. And go up there. Then I think we would just want to get rid of... so basically we spend a little bit of ore from that mine up there to rebalance into here. So this was a little bit more roughly, similarly dense, similarly balanced. I think we're just going to get rid of that. Right, so now we want to prioritize these two belts, so this doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, this matters, and this matters. So these belts should keep flowing, and this will only help out when it needs to. Here we can give output priority to the left, and then we can actually mix this belt in over here. So that can also help out the other mining drill. Like so. I think that will work out just fine. Copper ore is already here. Technically I should be able to just copy paste that. This also just goes straight. So no more confusing stuff over here. Alright, and then the last belt has to join in the other one over here. Which actually worked pretty well with a red belt. What does the empty belt do in here actually? Did I just flip that by accident? I think I just flipped that by accident. Maybe not. No, I did not flip that by accident. Yeah, this is now my ammo belt. Okay, it will get mixed into this belt here, so that is okay. Yeah, I suppose. So be it. Okay, that is how it should work. Let's see if it actually does. %. 15 minutes to rocket silo. Always going live when you're not looking. Still looking at the Discord. Cheater Codes was one of the two guys who severely helped me out with the space platform stuff. Thanks for that. Alright, of course it's night again. I do have lights. Okay, so this should always have priority. Alright, so these 3 belts are pretty much full now. And the extra ore is going here. We have input priority on the mine there. So it went from looking like this to looking like this, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, it was definitely fun. It was also way too much work. Way too much sidetracking going on there. Alright, so you can see we are prioritizing these 3 belts. If we have more left over, it's gonna go on the other ones. Which I suppose is fine. Maybe I should just let it flow naturally. I don't know. We can configure that later, I suppose. So it's looking like we still don't have compressed belts. That is not a miracle. I'll just grab that. It's not a miracle because we are trying to generate 8 full belts of copper here, and we definitely didn't have anywhere close to that. So I think this is a pretty decent start. Maybe I can just mix the two center belts to... Nah, let's just... I think this is fine. This is fine. We just need to connect the quality copper belt before that bottlenecks us again. All of these drills are pretty much active then. Oh, that pollution though. Yeah, it's gonna cause some severe pollution here. Alright, let's connect the quality belt. I still have some belts in here. Did I have those mines? Did I have those belts on me before as well? I think I did. Stream is buffering. Yeah, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Just check if my backend is okay. I'm pretty stable actually, it appears. No, actually there were a couple dips the last, like 5 minutes ago or so. Maybe that was on chat already 5 minutes ago. I have a reputation for not keeping up with chat. Okay, we are not connected. Alright, and that should do it for the quality copper ore. Since there's already quality copper ore on here, that's going to automatically get connected to the base. There's going to be even more quality copper ore on here, and I think this is the copper ore, yeah, that eventually gets mixed in with the coal. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? But that should de-strain the copper for red chips, and copper for red chips at least should keep on producing. Let's check if these green science mining drills had any effect at all. They are running, so that is good. I did not check if the quality ore was going the right direction, which is not great, but I suppose since I fed it in here only, theoretically it couldn't go wrong? Question mark. At least we see that this ore belt is pretty much full, and there's some ore on this one again. Previously there was no ore on no copper ore on this belt at all, so that is good. We do have a backup for if this is not enough, which is the... Like I just said, we have 8 belts incoming. We only need 7.5 for the red chips, so half of a belt is actually going towards... where is it? I can find the stuff. I built the space. It's going towards helping out green science here if these belts are not full enough. Well, it looks like at the moment they are full enough again. And this is hardly moving, if at all. I probably should like put this on both sides of the belt, especially since we're joining it here with a splitter though. So yeah, here comes the compressed belt of quality ore, at least temporarily. That is going to cause a nice backup again. 10 minutes remaining. Still 1 KSPM. I just got nerd sniped, yeah. Me too. I'm just not enough of a nerd to come up with a solution for more complicated problems. But it's great to have Discord with some smart people to who know stuff about computer simulations and advanced mathematics and stuff to weigh in. Why am I speeding up the game if I have a running armor? That is a good question. I should uninstall the speed up mod at this point. I don't need it anymore. It was good for the early game to not drag on forever with exploration and stuff, but for now we really do not need that anymore. 99%, 10 minutes. It doesn't sound like a lot, like 10 minutes for 1%. That's not that much. That's 1000 minutes. 1000 minutes is a lot of minutes. Yeah, let's make a save. 99% hype. What should we do next? Theoretically on my list is still fixing copper for green signs as well. That should be easier. The patch is right here. There's not a lot going on in terms of forests along the way, and we just need to hook it up to, where is it? Here, basically. We just need 2 belts coming out of there, so that is not a lot of stuff. I think we'll just quickly go set that up as well. We do need to reverse out... Yeah, we do need to reverse the steel, though. So I think we'll do that first. We'll stop gathering steel, and we're gonna start feeding that out. So what did we end up with? After the entire game of collecting steel, we've got 808,000 steel. That is basically 160 uncommon chests worth of product. Approximately. Not true, if they were full it would be 990k, something close to that. But this is good enough. Yeah, actually we could just keep on stacking that steel there. That is not a problem. All of these chests are full. The second line is all the way full. The third line is all the way full. Now we just need to kind of divide the steel over the rest of the chests, which should be pretty easy. The reason that this should be equally divided is because it looks like we need almost exactly 7 red inserters to compress a yellow belt, half a yellow belt. So that means this is going to feed out pretty much evenly during the entire feed out duration. So I want all these steel chests to have approximately the same amount of steel. So we don't get into a situation where like top 2 chests are drawn empty first and then the belt is not compressed because not enough inserters are active and all that kind of shenanigans. Alright, this is the last of it. I suppose we could still just keep feeding in the overflow here. And we can do one more pass. Alright, that's it. Then. Alright, so feed out steel. Let me just save that as well. I go a lot of the save game names when I'm going with the script writing, so let me just indulge in making save games. I think we made a blueprint for this last time. This guy over here, which basically flips all of the inserters. So let's do that. You can super force build and it will just flip the inserters. Let me go at half speed, just so we can see this properly. That is awesome. Alright, back to regular speed. Oh, we are doing the wave, guys. Look at that. That is pretty cool. Alright, so you can see the first 6 inserters are swinging in unison. The 7th is only needed a part of the time. And we should be feeding out a compressed belt of steel here. We are. Okay, that is good news. I think that is consistent as well. So we will be able to feed our space science platform the full amount of steel it needs all the time. Let's just ride with the steel to the space platforms while I read the chat a bit. Eventually Mike will read the chat. Oh god. 1 pixel? Of course it's 1 pixel. We're doing something interesting again instead of building a FM mine. Zero kilobytes a second. That is not a lot of kilobytes a second. Alright, we're gonna reload that then. Because this was a pretty epic moment. Alright, you know what I'll do? I'll take a short break, grab myself something to drink, have a sanitary pit stop. And then we'll be back to do the steel feeding out. I'm just gonna paste the blueprint so you can watch these swinging arms a bit. I'm gonna reload this after we're back, and hopefully the bitrate will be great again. So yeah, see you in a minute or two. Alright, looks like bitrate is back, at least for now. So maybe we will not reload actually. The inserters are still feeding out, so we can maybe just remotely watch the steel come in. It's just arriving. So here the red belt enters, it's split into 2 yellow belts, and this should be, if I remember correct, I forgot how many platforms a minute, 90 maybe? 45? I think 90. It should be able to consume the full belt of steel. It's gonna start as soon as the technology finishes in 2 minutes. Really? Let's go there, let's go there. Running armor, where are you when we need you the most? Who cares about the labs? It is rocket silo time. Cannot believe it, man. It's been literally 228 hours before rocket silo completes. I think the prediction actually, the latest prediction said rocket silo would complete at 228 hours. So we are dead on, basically 2.5 minutes off. 2 minutes to go. And then we'll start making space platforms. This recipe will become available. And the space platforms will be collected over here for now. Glabber track in the background. Yeah man, we're set. Right, so these things require 20 steel platforms each. We are feeding in 30 steel a second, so we should be able to make 1.5 a second, which is indeed 90 platforms a minute. So about a bit more than 5,000 platforms per hour. So it's gonna be a while before we can build a sizable platform. 59 seconds remaining. Yeah, man. I'm just gonna enjoy it. Save for editing, Mike. Editing Mike can reload the save from a bit ago. Alright. 990,900 signs has been done. 100 left to go. Let's see the switch on. Oh, there we go. And we're making space platforms with a head start. So from this moment on, we'll be making 90 space platforms a minute. And soon we can make our first space platform. Actually, maybe we should just do that. Let's start building the bounding box of the ideal spawn box for the asteroids. Because that will take a while to complete. I think though I'm first gonna let this collect a little bit. But you know what this calls for, right? That calls for a cold one. 228 hours. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this one. Properly poured into a glass as well. Here's everybody. Time to cheese platform production. No. I'm producing them on Novies and launching them up. Which means we'll pay an additional cost of a blue chip, a low density structure and the rocket fuel for almost every space platform foundation. We have productivity in the silos, so it's a little bit less. But yeah, it's quite expensive, but producing them in space, it's too slow. It's really slow to get started with mass projects. Did you just switch researchers? No, we got the rocket silo. We're just going for laser now. Why is it 996 though? Wait a second. Johnnies have gotten overshot somewhere. No, we've got a red belt here, so we should be good. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of lab lag with the science specs stuff and whatnot. Let's check the 50 hours graph, we should be closer. Still 998, I hope it's gonna get to... you know, we might need to switch to a 30-second technology, because I think we were researching 30-second per science spec technologies a while ago. Which means we've got a little bit of lab switch lag into the metric here. But we still have at least 3 hours, maybe 6 hours to go before we see the number. This maybe was a power blackout kind of thing. Right. Yeah, platforms will be collecting on the belt together with the rocket part ingredients. All we need to do is craft the silos. And we should be good to go. Right, I want to be responsible though. We will quickly hook up this copper mine. It's gonna be quick. Just 2 belts coming out of there, flop, 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 and it's done. Let's go. We can launch the platforms a lot faster than we can make them, so it's not like we'll lose any time in getting the space platform up anyway. But I definitely will lose interest in making a copper mine for green science after I start with the space stuff. So I probably should do that before. I will grab more quality modules because we don't have enough quality problems as is. Let's go. But we will gamble for a rocket silo. I want one better one, ideally. For personal use. We're gonna build 10 normal rocket silos here. And if I get lucky, we'll have a faster one for personal use. But I want those 10 to be the same, really. So I'm actually going to stop gambling after I get one good one. We gotta go north from here. Where's power? Oh, we could actually make a responsible thing and make a closed power loop. So yeah, I think that's maybe a good idea. We do need to check out the expansion chunks here. We want to keep as many green chunks as possible. This will be the last time ever that this circle is blinking for an enemy expansion, because pretty soon it's going to be red. That is a coincidence. That's exactly here right now. Celebratory last blink. After we build the mine, these chunks will be gone for the distractions. It kind of makes sense maybe to go in here. Just around these blocks. These blocks are there specifically to discourage enemy expansion. So maybe we can do something like this. Yeah, go out on this line with the power. Which is where? No, we are more to the left than I thought. And then we're just gonna go around the chunk. At least for the first bit. Because these chunks are still green, we want to keep those, so we just go up a bit. And then maybe we'll turn right at this biter base. Alright, let's do that. Suppose we can build the same power line pattern as we did here. We can just connect it like so. I do not have enough power lines for this. Okay, we already surpassed that biter base. Let me switch on the grid lines again. I do have a stack of copper and some cables, so I can craft some more. I would rather not. But I think we don't have too much of a choice. Let's grab some of those stumps then. We want to go up in the next chunk, at the end of the next chunk. Where exactly? Here. There's always the dead stumps which are in the way. I suppose it's like a real forest, shouldn't be surprised. It's always the fallen trees that are in the way, never the ones which still are standing upright. Okay, there is no center. Okay, we go... Yeah, this area is gonna get effed anyway. So here we are. Nothing we can do. We're gonna lose quite a sizable amount of chunks. 5, 10, 15, like 20 chunks are gonna be gone. I think we've got enough though. We've got a whole bunch of these on the lake as well, which should be just as effective as all the land-based ones. It's hard to not rush back to the base and start doing the platform stuff, man. Let's switch off the bots and see how we can get away with this. Where is the frontmost copper? It is one tile back, so could get away with doing this. But we don't need to, right? So the front line is just going to be here then. Yeah, 1 second. Alright, I think my YouTube chat froze, so I missed a lot of chat. Oh god, yeah, I missed really a lot. I always thought, why isn't it moving? Sorry guys for not responding to you. Yeah, we're gonna, when we launch the when we launch the first that's gonna be the name, Grabby McGrabface, number of pipes placed in the playthrough before launching the first rocket. This patch is way too large for 2 belts of copper, which is good, then we don't need to worry about green signs for quite a while after this. Now let's just build out the entire thing. In a big square, because we don't care. How many drills is that? That is like... There's like 6 belts worth of minor drills. Red signs is... we don't need for red signs though. And we just fixed red chips for blue signs, which is the only use for... that's the only use for copper for blue signs, is the red chips. Ah, yeah, I didn't even name the save after the rocket silo. So now I know I need to load the last save. Copper mine for green signs. Okay, this means green signs will keep going until the end of time. Or at least for quite a while. Let's do the Control Z building so we don't spend the robot battery. If they don't do the charging animation, they do not take power from your personal battery. Which we are abusing the heck out of. You see, my battery stays like entirely full despite it being night. Now we might get a couple charges because these fly away quite far. Some bots make multiple trips. Yeah, just a little bit. 97% though. Free energy does exist. One second. Right, we're gonna delete the fake miners though, because it is rare quality. And this is all the drills we've got left. Ah, this one can stay. 20k. 146 drills for green signs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 belts coming out of there. Oh, that is a lot. I'm just gonna do the same splitter thing like we did for the other patch. Now we got 7 belts instead of 6 though, so you might think, why? How? That is not gonna work. You know what? Gone with the trees. And now we got 1 belt left over. That is fine. This is one of the 2 outer belts, so we'll just ideally hook it in here. Which means we have to do something cursed like this. Yeah, that's fine. There we've got our 7 to 4 splitter. And that will, I suppose, become a 7 to 2 splitter instead. I don't think we'll need those reedy things. Nor will we need the upgraded ones here, at least not until we draw more than 2 belts out of here. For now though, I don't really care what the rest looks like. Let's switch off all the clutter. This is 3 belts. For low density structures and blue chips, it's still at way more than enough mining drills to be okay. So now we just go straight with these belts. Unfortunately, we are bumping into the wall here, so maybe I should just go a little bit to the north. Yeah, let's go around the power line. Keep space for 4 belts then. When are you constructing space platforms? After this thing is up, I think we are ready to go on space platform things. I will probably need to eat first. But maybe we can do the rocket silo still before food arrives. Now we just go down. I think we'll just follow the power line, really. I haven't seen Dosh yet today. He usually pops in for a brief moment. If he sees it. Not every time though, so we'll see. I think we just need to go around the forest here to preserve some of those trees. I do not want to do the undergrounding thing anymore. I'm done with that stuff. How many walls was I missing over here? 14, alright. I got 16 on me now. Where am I going down then? I think I'll just follow the path a bit. We'll just zigzag down a bit. Yeah, that doesn't really work apparently. Feels really weird to just deconstruct the trees now, I must say. Bots are now officially faster in placing bells than I am. Now we're going here. We need to go to this mine. Ideally I would stay... I suppose we can go through this here. Something like that. Keep the space. It's not too bad. We'll bump right into the patch over there. So I think we will do that. I'm here now, so we need to go on that one. Laying belt is a lot faster when you don't need to worry about all the trees in the way, that is for sure. Have we decided on what planet first? No. Actually, that is still very far away. Believe it or not. It's gonna take longer than researching a rocket silo to research both the thrusters and a planet. It is 1.5 times as much research compared to what rocket silo was. Okay, this is gonna be think I can, yeah, I can do it. Already for the fourth belt in place as well. Another horrible mix-up. I did never power the mine though. Maybe I should go do that first. Yeah, that's basically each of the planets by themselves are the same cost as Rocket Silo, plus the additional space signs. So we just finished the Rocket Silo for 1 million. Then we unlock the space signs by Trigger Technologies. The thrusters is 500,000 plus space signs, and then the planet each are 1 million again. So yeah, not really that close by just yet. The rocket silo, thrusters, and one single planet accounts for like 2/3 of the entire amount of blue signs we have to do. So that's quite something. Alright, I suppose that is switch up copper mine. One power pole remaining exactly. And it's not enough. That was supposed to be a glorious moment, but it was not. Alas. Here we go. It was copy pasted, so the quality should be good by default. Yeah, we're gonna do quality. No, we're not gonna do quality iron from platforms, but we're gonna get a ton of iron from space to use for signs instead of using the patches on Norvis. That's the plan at least. Forgot quality splitter on the bottom of the mine. No, it doesn't need to be here because this just joins up on this one and it gets split here. So if I read these belts, there's probably a quality filter missing. If we've learned one thing, it is the chat is correct and chat is correct. You know what, let's do this the easy way. Quality filter missing. Not here, this one. Right, how did that happen? We're missing splitters in general here somehow. That's the wrong one. Hey, there's a mining zone on the way here. And then we have to hooky this together a little bit. Nobody saw that. That means I should not copy from this mine. Maybe I should just make a... Should have just left a little bit of space really. Okay, tip. Okay, that should be good. Another time. Here we go. Yeah, looks like 2 of them are missing. Doom unit. Yeah, Vulcanus is the obvious choice. Which is why we are maybe not doing it, I don't know. Maybe I should just make it easy for myself. I do like Fulgora though. Like, the concept of Fulgora I really like. I do not intend to... I only intend to get the science packs off of the other planets and the buildings. But I'm not going to import like free iron from Vulcanus to Norvis or something like that. That is not on the menu. There's science packs and I suppose the usage of the unlocked buildings only, but production is going to remain on Norvis for the Norvisian science packs. That is the plan, at least. Alright, so we're gonna be mining from the center of the patch preferred. Here you can see this working actually, because we have slightly too many mining drills for only 2 lanes. So all the other belts are hardly moving. We only need to connect the belts to the end still. And food has arrived, so I'm gonna go on dinner break before we are doing the rocket silo stuff. That means the entire second half of the stream is gonna be devoted to rocket silo stuff and rocket silo stuff only, making the space platforms and all the good stuff. So we did all of our homework, all of the prep work. We've been good boys. Now it's time to have some fun. I have to say, this placing these belts with construction bolts is also pretty fun. Yeah, Gleba is... the problem with Gleba is the Gleban enemies are no joke. And I've got no weapons, no damage upgrades, and I cannot quickly research it whatsoever. So once I go to Gleba, basically the same like happens on Norvis will happen. Evolution is just gonna go crazy. There's the quality stuff happening here. It's happening over there, alright. So we just need to throw the quality belt in here. And I suppose we'll feed the other 2 belts maybe in here. With input priority on the existing one. So we actually need to come in somewhere over here. Quality belt on the left, that's correct. And of course, handcrafting some belts like a pro. Make the last couple ones. So do we see copper coming? We do see copper coming. It will take a while. I did not put up a fixed radar there. So that is not great. The chunks are red. This chunk has blinked its final blink. But I suppose it's fine. Hey, thanks Derek for the raid. How did it go with the practice for the Derek % speedrun? Derek is making a new category of speedrunning with the goal of, if I understand correct me if I'm wrong, the goal of making Space Age speedruns more accessible again. Not like the 20-hour runs which are currently going on. There should be a speedrun category which is like a pleasant time to watch and to perform. So that is what I understand Derek is working on. Unfortunately, sorry Derek viewers, but I am just about to go on dinner break. We just literally just unlocked Rocket Silo, believe it or not. We jumped in right after we unlocked Rocket Silo in the 1000 times Science Course stream. And the entire second half of the stream is going to be devoted to space platform stuff. We've already set up a bunch of that stuff, so we're making rocket parts here, you all know the drill. We have just started making space platforms from our full belt of steel which we stashed up. We're not doing things the normal way around here. This is my steel mine. It contains roughly 800,000 steels. We're down to 750k at this point. And we are ready to basically launch a couple tens of thousands of platforms up in orbit once we get the rocket silos, which we haven't made yet, but which we have prepared all the stuff for over here. You see some quality stuff in there as well, so it's gonna be fun. The second half of the stream, we're gonna make the rocket silos, we're gonna make the space platforms. We've got a weird design, which I'll quickly just show here. It's just a giant box, some sort of optimization of asteroid collectors collecting asteroids with 100% catch rate on a maximum sized platform where that is possible. We're gonna get into that as the stream progresses. We are ready to launch tons and tons of rockets. So we should be off to a swift start with that. It's my ambition to make it most fun and easy run possible for Space Age that also beats the entire game. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to figure something out, man. Good luck on that journey. And thanks for dropping by and for the raid. So, for all Dex viewers who are interested in a different type of speedrun, basically the anti-speedrun, as it took me 228 hours to get the rocket silo, as a completely default settings map, including default biters, including biter expansion. You have an entire system in place to prevent biter expansions from happening. That's another different story as well. Normally you don't want all these green chunks in your base, you want to make them red, so biters don't select them, but we're kinda cheesing that so that biters don't actually want to expand in my base, even though they think they do. So yeah, lots and lots of stuff is going on here. For now, for the break screen, let's do what we usually do. And just watch the labs, I suppose. You can zoom out a bit this time, actually. Just for the... I installed the mod that lets you zoom out. So we have red chip production, blue science engines, rocket part production, and then the lab area. Right, I'm gonna eat something. It won't be long. I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes about. Alright, I don't like I'll reload after the stream anyway. Let's place myself back in the base so we can have a little bit less cluttered view. Of the base while we are gone. Oh yeah, something like that, that is nice. Switch off the roboport so the blinking stops, and I'll see you in 10 to 15 minutes. Alright. Yeah, Vulcanus is the obvious choice. That is definitely true. Volgora indeed will require some extra technology like elevated railways, which unfortunately is hidden behind purple signs. Only 100,000 of them. Sorry, no. No, it is 100,000, but it is 100,000 purple science packs, which we have calculated earlier is about 664,000 steel beams, which need to go in the science packs. That's already with all the productivity bonus included. We had that, we still have that, but right now we are spending that to make space platforms. I suppose we could use some of that iron in space production to actually make steel in space instead, to fill these chests back up so that we can get the steel required for purple signs. We can probably borrow the red chips off of our red chip buffer system over here, even though it has dwindled severely. But then again, we have some techs to research which don't require blue signs. Like, you know, maybe we'd like to get a circuit network or explosives. That seems like a requirement to get artillery later on. So that is gonna take a couple hours to research. If we need more damage upgrades for the spaceship, which we probably do, that is gonna be more military signs. Can I even find that? It's over here. That's also not requiring blue signs, and 300k, that is 5 hours of red chip production while we are not consuming red chips. So that could be the red chips for purple signs for elevated rails. We have the steel here, and after you have steel and red chips, the rest of purple signs, it's not that hard anymore. This is red chips with green chips, so that's easy. The rails, that is steel and then a little bit of iron and stone, that is easy. And then the furnaces are I suppose the biggest ones. But that is also just literally steel and red chips and then stone bricks, so also not too hard to get a hold of, I would think. We can just borrow the stone bricks from military signs even, so we don't really have to build a separate purple sign setup, I think, with the corresponding mining patches and everything like we did for all the other ones. Since we can just, where is it? It's over here. 4 belts of bricks are coming in for walls. We could just use those for electric furnaces. Since when we are researching elevated railways, we are not researching anything military related. So we could basically multitask this stone bricks into unlocking elevated rail. I think Volgora is gonna be very hard without elevated rails. I think it's possible, then you just have all the small islands and you will basically need to build a self-sufficient factory with rocket silo on every single island, so not interconnected, just single islands which do all the science making and recycling themselves, power generation, scrap mining. Scrap mining is going to be horrible because the islands where you can build on only have tiny bits of it, so you need to island hop a lot, pick up the base, put it on a different island. It's not great, not great. Better have elevated railways. So yeah, that is stuff to think about in the future, but it is literally gonna cost us, no matter which planet we research, 1.5 million signs. I think it's literally gonna cost us 25 hours to research thruster and a planet at 1000 signs per minute, so we have some time to decide about that. In today's stream, we're just gonna worry about getting the space platform thing up and running, and even getting the space science pack up and running, as well as some iron from space, because some of the iron patches are definitely running low. Like our main iron patch for for gears and pipes for engines is hardly anything anymore. Then we've got the backup patch over here, which is not really enough to supply 4 belts of supplies, so most of this is already working. Only a couple drills have yellow lights on them. So we're gonna get into iron trouble pretty soon. The other iron problem is red chips. We are drawing 2 belts off of here. Those are guided past these medium johnnies, which are actually pretty dangerous. And this has to do a belt all by itself. This is literally 30 miners, so that's soon gonna fall under a belt of production as well. So red chip iron also could use a bit of iron from space, and I suppose even green signs would not mind some iron from space, since some of the patches, yeah, it's literally nothing left in there. And when I say literally, I mean literally. This was like 8 million or 7 million. This was 8 million, that's already all gone. So I think we have good purposes for iron from space. We've got the site for the landing pad figured out. Initially I thought I could get away without doing the cargo base, but I think I cannot, because every cargo bay basically adds a hatch for like those drop pods to land into. And if I have only this central cargo bay, I'm not going to be able to drop enough cargo from space quick enough to keep up with what I eventually want to be dropping from space, which is this. I've got one thing which is running. It is not the design we're going to go for, because it's just too laggy, too much UPS cost for this one. Very suboptimal, but it works. Here you see the pods are launching. They're launching pretty fast, even if we go back to normal speed. They're basically launching non-stop. This is how much iron comes in. This is real time. This is 8 red belts of iron. It's a stupidly large platform. 27 tiles, 27,000 tiles across. But it turns out that most of the asteroids just miss the collectors entirely with this design. So we came up with a new design which actually catches 100% of the asteroids guaranteed. And now we know the formula for how many asteroids spawn in space. And we can figure out precisely how large our platform needs to be for space science at 1000 SPM. And if all goes well, we should have more than a red belt of iron left over after doing 1k SPM space science. So that's going to be what we're going to be working on today. So yeah, now it's keeping up. Let's not look at the damage here. But all these pads, they are landing in different cargo bays over here. If I would delete these cargo bays, and then go back to space, you'll quickly see that this is no longer launching at the earliest possible moment. And if we speed up the game, this will just fill up pretty quickly. So actually we need the cargo base to be able to receive enough shipments from space. And of course we don't only want iron plates, we also want space science, and perhaps even more stuff in the future. And we only get the single one cargo bay per planet. We also need to drop all the future science packs to that cargo bay as well. So we're definitely gonna need a lot of those cargo bays. To be able to keep up with production. Alright, so I guess we're just gonna go back to the save, and we'll just explain things as we go along about the optimal boxes, blah 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 and stuff. Car, I don't think we're gonna use the car, since we've got the cars are basically outdated as soon as you get power armor and like rare equipment. This thing is better than what a Power Armor Mark II used to be in the olden days, because of all the quality upgrades you can get these days. And we've got the running armor as well, which is basically this guy, 6 legs, and 6 legs is faster than the car, so I don't really see the need for the car. I'm just quickly check, the copper was coming down. We are gonna run up there. I will place that radar. Copper is coming in now. So we'll quickly check out if that actually works the way it should. I need the minimap again. Now we're gonna go back to the base. I think we did most of the stuff we need to do, except deal with the excessive quantity of quality copper, which we've just set up, so that might be an issue still. It's actually not really an issue because we can just smelt it in the iron furnaces. Which, yeah, it is what it is. Alright, rare radar coverage. Looks like we ideally go one chunk down. Of course, I do not want to go one chunk down because that will disturb the force. We can go here though. And then we also get the vision of the North Sea. No, 2 chunks to the left. I'm out of power lines, I forgot about that. Handcrafting them like it's the first hour in the game. Alright. I think we're ready. Let's go back to the base. Let's first check if the copper thing does the thing which the copper thing is supposed to be doing. It goes through the iron mine, which is a very natural thing for a copper mine to do. It joins in here. We are... Okay, we did something wrong. Okay, we did this one. It's good we check. You always check on if what you're doing is actually what you think you are doing. Because now we don't have this belt full. This is gonna basically supply green signs for the next 100 hours without any issues. And we're gonna get all the copper on here. I hope it's not gonna be more than half a belt, because that will cause all kinds of new troubles all in itself again. The thing is, this base is way too large to give Roboport coverage. Do you see the distances I'm crossing here? It is just way too large to go for full Roboport coverage at this stage of the game, where we are running on solar and accumulators. And yeah, we're gonna go up in power still. I already placed 10k on common accumulators, 12k solar panels. The next power source will have to be nuclear or something. I'm not gonna power a giant Roboport network for this entire base so the bots can pick up like a power line or something over there. It is fine. Okay, still at 1k SPM, that's good. Our goal is to get the 50-hour graph up to 1k SPM. We're at 999 now because in this time we did not go 1k SPM, we had 992. From this moment on we have 1k. We should be getting to 3 million signs over 50 hours. That is 1k SPM for 50 hours. So let's see if we actually get there. And also the bots are gonna make forever to make changes because my bots are pretty slow. And we have the not insignificant problem of having Johnnies in the base, and those are basically going to destroy the bots. Whenever they fly by with a rare blue chip or something and it's gonna get shot down, it's bye bye rare blue chip, and I suppose bye bye bots, but that's not really what I'm worried about. So I don't think we're gonna get logistic network just quite yet. I'm quite happy with how my current system works. Let's look at the belts flowing out. Yeah, they're just flowing out non-stop, which means we are consuming the entirety of it to make space platforms. We are making 90 a minute. So it is working up to specification. We have produced 3.3k in total. So I think by the time we have the rocket silos up, I think we are ready to start launching up some of those things. The first blueprint we're gonna build has 4.3k space platform foundations. That is just to build a one-tile bridge all around the perimeter, like so, on both sides. We still have to design the innards. This is just the outward area with the asteroid collectors. 214 of them. We are not gonna go rare ones, we can just do it with standard ones, that is fine. And of course this stuff does not exist in the real world. But yeah, that is the outline of the platform. We'll explain that further when we get there. I think first now it is time to roll for the rare quality rocket silos. We're gonna be making 11 of them. We've collected the stuff here. 11k concrete, 11k steel, 1100 pipes, 2200 blue chips and 2200 electric engines are waiting for us. We've got our rare cargo bay, something for thrusters. This is gonna be crushers, I think, and this is gonna be asteroid collectors. We're gonna need more asteroid collectors though. I think this is 100 of them. We should probably double that once more. I think we can do it. I got one cage of those things left over. Almost like it was intended, even though it was not. 1600 electric engines. I don't think I've got blue chips over here though. Or electric engines. We will need to pick those up a bit later. Let's first go for the rocket silos. The gamble that matters. Rocket silo gamble that matters. That's not how you write gamble, don't worry, that happens all the time. The best I can do is two rare quality modules. That stuff is so confusing, man. So we gotta set it to making a rocket silo. Oh wait, maybe this is used for space platform starter packs. Yeah, I think we're gonna make 10 space platform starter pack. I'm gonna stumble a lot over these words for the rest of the stream, so don't worry about that. So what do I want? I want one better quality than normal. I want 10 normal ones and one of better quality. So let's just go with the 4. We'll do some professional level of quarter stacking again. It's kind of hard to control that. Now I suppose we'll just throw a stack of pipes in there. 2 stacks of blue chips. I should have done the pipes last. Alright, so I want to be able to stop as soon as I get a better one, if I get one. So I'm just going to switch these on with a couple seconds in between so I can stop the process if I get a good one. Ideally I get a rare one, but even if I even get a quality one, which is like, I suppose a 1 in 3 chance overall, since it's about 1 in 30 with these quality modules here, we get a 1 in 30-ish chance, and we get 11 opportunities at that, so about 1 in 3 that we even get one better rocket silo. And if we get that, it's like a 1 in 10 chance that it's a rare one. So let's see if we get lucky. Here we go. I need one more stack of these. The gamble that matters. I suppose I'll save here. The gamble that matters. Not because we're gonna save scum. 1. It's quite a long craft. 20% will go for the next one. And then 20% we go for the last one. The first one should be just about ready. The outsider will put it in this chest so we can immediately see if it's a good quality one. Let's go, first one. First one is a rare one, I feel it. First one is a normal one. Okay, second one is a rare one, I feel it. Believe with me, chat, come on. Oh, we got an uncommon one. Stop the clock. That is very good luck. I think I do not want to gamble for more rocket silos then. Incredible. Uncommon on the second try, huh? Okay, I can uninstall those dream files again. Let's just continue the gamble. But I think I do not want to do it. I just want to see how lucky I get. If we get a rare one, I'll just make an extra rocket silo and throw this one away. I want 10 similar rocket silos for the actual rocket silo part. Alright. So we got what we want. We probably won't get another one at all, so we can just continue from this save. Pipes last this time. Seven gambles left. Alright, we'll just see it in quick succession. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hand feeding mustard. Nobody else in Factorio plays with so much hand feeding 228 hours into the game. It's probably for a good reason, but I'm addicted. I cannot help it. Did I miss the first launch? No, not yet. We're making the rocket silos right now. Okay, normal. Give me the rare one. If we get a rare one, I'm gonna keep the save. If we get another uncommon one, I'm just gonna make the other ones. I'm just gonna handcraft 10 rocket silos. Alright. Now my hand stacking ability is short. That goes in here. That goes in there. Wait, that goes in there as well. Alright, last 3, and that's gonna be in the same, about in the same tick. Give me the rare one. Come on, you know you want to. Handcrafting saves electricity. Yeah, you see the positive points. Alright, come on. No, it's 3 regular ones. That's basically exactly what I wanted to happen, except in an ideal world, this one would have been a rare one. I'm gonna use this one for myself. Eventually, let's just plop it down here for now. It's gonna go somewhere else. So we got our 10 rocket silos. Suppose we also have these still remaining. For the productivity bonus. So we spend slightly less stuff to launch it up into space. Let's place the rocket silos. We need to collect some blue chips anyway. At least 5 more stacks for the asteroid collectors. And then we'll need the electric engines as well. And we need to pick up some space platforms for the starter packs actually. So, we want, I don't know how many I want, I suppose 10. We're gonna make more than one platform now, more than one iron platform. So let's start with 10 starter packs, so I don't need to make them. I need 600 platforms. Let's go grab that stuff. My robot is off. Okay, let's have a scenic shot from the lab area with a spaceship in there. We're gonna place all of those from this angle. Place silos. I've got the wrong armor. I didn't take my bots. Sorry, guys. Oh, and my other armor is empty. I didn't take my other armor. Alright. I left everything in a chest. I forgot to take the stuff. You know what? I should also probably just put these in here. So I don't forget them later when I need to place them. 6 rare productivity modules left. This is my stuff. Alright. Attempt number 2. A quality starter pack. Does it actually do anything? I don't think it does anything. Alright. Here we go. 10 rocket silos. I've never built 10 rocket silos before as my first rocket silo project. I guess that's the change that Space Age brings. Out of range for the last one. Very scenic. Alright then, I'll stand here. Fine. That's 10 rocket silos. I think actually I'm not sure if we're gonna run into power trouble now with, especially with military science researching as well. I got 12k panels. Normal ones. They do 60 kilowatts each. But actually they don't. That's 720 megawatts. But actually they do only about 42 kilowatts because they need to charge up the accumulators during the day. So we actually have only 504 megawatts effective. So that's actually, we're pretty close there. And I've made productivity modules for the silos. I think we're just gonna be able to do that. Not gonna switch it on just yet though. We are first gonna go grab our platforms. 600, huh? That is like half a stack per chest. I know. The pain will be over soon. Don't worry. When does the hurting stop? Not anytime soon. By the way, this is way too much. These stack to 100. I thought they stacked to 50, but they stack to 50 in a rocket silo. So I have way too much capacity right here for space platforms. I think this can hold the entire 800,000 steel worth of space platforms by itself. So maybe we can actually expand low density structure storage a bit instead of this. Something to think about. Okay, here let's be a little bit less precise about what we pick. Just 5 stacks. Let's also pick a couple extra just to have at the home base, because I'm probably gonna want to do some extra stuff at some point with blue chips, maybe modules. Can you hand feed machines in space? You used to be able to do that. There was an exploit which let you get out of the spaceship just before it entered into the hub, and you could actually walk around on the spaceship, and you would have your actual. I mean, you could send your inventory up to space and pick it from the cargo bay, and you could walk around on your space platform, build stuff, hand feed stuff. You could even fight asteroids yourself. It was pretty fun. Unfortunately, they removed it for reasons. Right, focus. Do starter packs do anything? I don't believe starter packs do anything. Quality starter packs. Let's check. Do quality starter packs do anything? Space platform hub. Oh, maybe it does something. Storage size does not increase though. Only hit points. I mean, if your hub is getting damaged, it doesn't matter anymore. You've already lost your turrets, you've already lost everything. It is not gonna matter if this thing has 1000 hit points or 1600 or 25,000 even. If your weapons are done mid-flight and starting the breakdown, you're just done for. It does not matter. Let's just, you know what? It's a Michael Hendricks stream. They only take 60 seconds a pop. Let's handcraft those. What about something important though? I mean, we cannot get a better quality landing pad than we can a rare one. But I want a guaranteed rare one, so there we go. Should make some more saves around this point. I guess I want to use a lot of footage from this specific part of the playthrough. Oh, will we get a rare? Will we get a rare cargo landing pad? Come on, quality modules, give me a rare one. Gambling with 100% success rate. Only 10 minutes of handcrafting, exactly. I'm gonna ignore the ironic or sarcastic undertone there. Oh, look at that, we got a rare one. Hooray! Huzzah! Right. Then there is some stuff which we obviously do want to gamble for quality. Even though we... I don't know, will we need it or not, but we're just gonna gamble for quality. Because more quality, more better. Quality crushers and all this stuff. They will take, well, basically take less power, because they work faster. So when they're doing something, they finish faster. They spend this power for a less amount of time. And then the asteroid collectors, everybody knows already at this point, it gets more arms, the arms are faster, the storage goes up, the area of collection rate. These things have so many benefits, especially for spaceships on the move. That's going to be great to have some rare quality ones. For our stationary platform we need over 200 regular ones, so that will hopefully net me at least a couple uncommon ones. And possibly even a rare one or two, with a bit of luck. So I think we're gonna go asteroid collectors first, before crushers. Because those are the things we're gonna be placing first. So I need my 500 blue chips. Throw the other ones in there. Yes, the starter specs are gonna go in my inventory now. We're gonna need to pick up some electric engines. So I need an empty inventory because we've got quite a lot of those. Of course, they are hand-fed into some area of my base. Nothing new there. More garbage. And we just throw away our entire stashes again. Except for the armor and the bots this time. Alright. Yeah, this is where the behemoth spitter escaped last stream, because I thought I could get away with replacing this for underground pipes, but apparently underground pipes, they do not have a... they have an interaction box, but they don't have a hitbox. And if they don't have a hitbox, it means they don't block the spawn. And the behemoth spitter just spawned right on top, and I ran for my life. Fortunately, I learned to carry around some of these laser turrets now, so it was not the biggest pickle. But a pickle nonetheless. I think we need 2 trips anyway. Let's see if we throw our trash slots full as well. Yeah, we need 2 trips anyway. I will not right click in a base there. I cannot insert space platform starter pack. I can. I cannot. Alright, the 10 minutes handcrafting cycle is on a hold right now. Until I drop my electric engine somewhere. Okay, and then we got some quality ones. I suppose those I should put... yeah, the other quality stuff is around here. Engines, let's throw that in there for now. Second trip. I am updating actually, but no, it's just some minor change that the cargo... I mean, storage in space and on land is all about cargo hubs, or like the cargo base anyway, instead of the central hub. I'm overshooting. This armor is just so fast, man. I just run past the stuff I need to go at all the time. How many electric engines did we actually complete? So it took about 3 hours to craft. We got 50 rare ones, 340 uncommon ones, and of the... there were 12,000 in total, so 11.6k regular ones. That's all our needs for any spaceship ever, which is why I made it over there. And any amount I would make over there would not suffice for yellow signs or bot frames later on anyway, so yeah, this is just the space stuff, the constructional stuff. The sign stuff, these are not going to be used for that. This is just for making things in space. Alright, so in total we've got... okay, that was not intended. 140 rare ones, that's not bad. That's like over 16 rare asteroid collectors. If we get the low density chips to match with that actually. I don't think we do. No, we've got 75 at the moment. We can make uncommon ones on demand, and we can gamble for better ones, I suppose. Because we've got a lot of uncommon chips. But the rare ones are quite rare. No surprise there. Alright. So the asteroid collectors, that is actually gonna be a gamble. Now we're gonna have to do some more quarter stacking, I suppose. I got a new tab. I gotta launch up a starter pack before I can make those. I suppose we're launching up a starter pack then. Huh? Well, I just happen to have 6 on me. Then we're gonna do that from our personal silo, the faster one. Let me also collect some stuff. I'm gonna shoot up some. Let's just collect like stuff for 20 rocket launches from that silo. Plus productivity, so it will be a bit more. 1k of those. There goes my system, I suppose. 1k of those. And rocket fuel, we will probably need to come back to carry enough of that. Or do we? Yeah, I need my inventory. Okay, we'll just run back for the rocket fuel. Let's take at least 100 so we can get started. Alright, so my idea was to put the rocket silo here. This is in range of the Johnnies. At least one of them. So the question is, can I go to space in this... will I be able to go to space without the Johnnies shooting me while I sit in the rocket silo? Or will they shoot me? That will be funny to find out. Probably gonna be the first launch to space under some worms ever done in Factorio, I suppose. We are basically just gonna deconstruct this, because I want my rocket silo to be in this area. I will do it by hand. Solar panels, I guess we'll store those at the base. Okay, that disabled the entire area, so we probably need a different power line connection then. Maybe here. Alright, so my rocket silo, how would it fit? I suppose this is okay. do want some space for chests and stuff. Let's just place it right there. That is definitely in range of at least one Johnny. Can we go up a bit more? Maybe we can go up a bit more. We can get rid of a couple more of those solar panel things. I don't think we'll be needing those anymore. That just stands still. Oh, that hurts very fast. I don't want to be moving because then they shoot off to a side. And as you see, that doesn't go very well. And then you wonder why this base takes 220 hours to build, right? Or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. Alright, everything is repaired. Let's see if we can place the rocket silo up a bit further then. As long as I'm not inside, they should not be shooting at me. This is basically asking for trouble. How close can I get before the first one shoots me? About this far. Okay, that's not very far. I can stand here though. I can stand on the edge, so I think let's place a little bit closer by, like this. Right. Chests. Even the music is freaking out at this contraption here. Looks like we're gonna need some uncommon power lines to power the inserters here. Also power the rocket silo. For now though, let's just put the productivity modules in. Temporary power line here. And we'll just shove this in, I think. So where are my low densities? They're here. Right, that should get started on our first rocket. Let me go grab the uncommon power lines. They only attack military targets, that's true. Rocket silos and raiders are no longer military structures. I am though, the engineer is very much a military structure. I wonder though how the game handles that. If I send myself up to space, will I be considered as sitting in the silo and will the Johnny start shooting at me? Or is it like an entire different stuff altogether? That's gonna be fun to find out. Don't go and quickly test it and spoil it in chat though, if anybody has Factorio fired up. It will be fun just to find it out naturally, I suppose. Hey, my 10 starter packs are done. I needed the better quality power lines. And then when it's time to launch the first starter pack up to space, it's going to be called the Grabby McGrab phase, and then I need to look how many pipes we've built during the playthrough. Okay, that should do it. Let's put that on one side. We can put other stuff in here later on. Okay, that confirms that is the only thing that is there to repair. First rocket, guys. The very first rocket of the game. Under the watchful eyes of the Johnnies. This is so dumb. My bases will always be starter bases. I will never have a concreted base, I don't think. Even my 10k SPM mega base didn't have any concrete. Alright, thanks Odium for the 100 bits again. Quality copper is stuck, that is very possible. We'll ignore that for a little longer. Let's grab any one of these. Throw it in there. We need to check our production levels. How many pipes did we build over the course of the game? 70,682. 76,682. 76,682. Let's put that somewhere. Alright. So we're gonna build a new space platform. It's gonna be called the Grabby Grab face, like in every playthrough ever. There is gonna be a something big something face. 76,682. Yeah. Launch. It's launching. Let's see if the Johnnies attack the rocket. Okay, they're not reacting at all, so that's good. Now the question is though, I'm gonna try it out right now. I don't need to go there. I don't need to go to that space platform. Second rocket is ready. I just want to try it out. Oh, we got new achievements. No timed one those. Okay, that's 2 achievements for the same thing. What else would you do? Let's not think about it too much. Alright, this is gonna this is gonna be the moment. Are the Johnny's gonna shoot me or not? So let's save here because I'm gonna reload here. Let's launch. I know the name. Let's save here. Will Johnny's shoot me when I go to space? I really hope they do. The rocket style has a lot of health, right? Yeah, oh actually this one has extra health. 6,500 because it's uncommon. So that will help to survive a couple shots. I need to throw away all my stuff. I need to throw away all my magazines and even the secret stuff I carry around in my trash slots. Then I should be able to travel to space platform. Grabbing my grab face. Let's go. Oh, they shoot me. Oh, go fly. Come on, rocket, fly. Oh god, oh god. There's a lot of fire. Launch faster. Most epic launch ever. Look at that. That is so dumb. That is really stupid. Oh man. Hey, we're in space, guys. Look at that. On my very first playthrough, the only playthrough I ever did of Space Age, I also went to space right after launching the first rocket. And then I discovered that there's absolutely nothing you can do here. Except look around a bit. We've got the visible planets in space mod for the background effect, which should be a part of the base game if you ask me. So yeah, this is where we're gonna build our very first space platform. I suppose we can place the blueprint. Then it will start requesting stuff. Let's make a copy of this. Except we'll only keep the platforms. Like this. This is going to be the shape. I can only place the blue part of the blueprint until my space platforms start building out a bit. And that's going to be pretty slow, but not as slow as for the 27,000 white line model. Why you do that? Why you not build symmetric? There, all fixed now. Alright, so that is the first one. I suppose we can get out a bit further if we just do this. It's gonna be a little bit of a distance to reach the edge. Yeah, this is about as far as we can place the blueprint. I cannot scroll my screen further up, down, left, right than this. That's a bit of a pain in space to make the large things. Stream restarted. Oh god. It always happens on the epic moments. Twitch died. Did YouTube... How did YouTube go? Okay, you still call that quality copper backed up. That is at least something. Did the Johnny section come across when we launched ourselves to space? Johnny's section was fine. Alright, that's the important part. That was the funniest part. Man. It's gonna take a while to build this thing. Okay, looks like this is part of the blueprint. I cannot really prevent that, so yeah. It's requesting... How is it requesting that many? $1.9k? There's like 356 platforms in there. Weird. Well, I suppose it's fine, but what got placed then? Nothing got placed as far as I can see. Yeah man, designing in space is a real pain in the behind, to be honest. I suppose we're gonna drop down to a planet, because we don't have anything to do here. Let's drop away from the Grabby McGrab phase 76,682, which was exactly the amount of pipes we hand built in the early game, both around nests to block spawns and to protect resource patches, protect parts, build the pipe radar wall, prevent enemy expansion, build the magic double anti-expansion barrier. All of that was done with pipes. So throw back to that. We're gonna land back. Where we're gonna land back though? It's like near the spaceship, the minimap is visible. Oh. Is there space? Okay, looks like nothing broke. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're back next to the spaceship. I suppose that's fine. Maybe we'll land next to the cargo pod once that is built. So let's go grab my stuff and assess the damage done by the Johnnies. I suppose we need to repair our rocket silo every couple of launches at least, because they went off, man. Oh god, even the belts there got damaged. Okay, there goes my 3D immersion. Instead of the rocket just launching upwards out of the game, it actually just launches northwards, because the Johnnies started shooting basically in this direction when I flew past them. You know what? Let's do that one more time. That was funny. I just want to see the shooting behavior of the Johnnies. Okay, so throw away stuff. And then I don't think I'm gonna bother with replacing all of that in the correct slots. Let's just do it here. So can I just enter? I cannot just enter. I need to travel to a platform. And once I do, let's go into map view this time. Let's observe the Johnnies. Shoot, shoot, shoot. I'm in the This looks so dumb. Yeah, they're doing their predictive shooting at me, man. Do you see that? Immersion broken. Bug report. Can you imagine just how games are released these days? And then you send the bug report to Factorio saying, you know, when you launch yourself up to a space platform in a rocket silo, which happens to be in the way of some worms, those worms start shooting you as if you were flying over them in 2D instead of going up into space in 3D like expected, and then the devs would actually fix it. That is just that is just an example of Factorio dev team levels of dedication, man. The amount of bug fixing that they do is just incredible. Alright. Enough with the fun. We have work to do. We've got work to do, alright. So let's not get into the rocket silo, we won't bother. This is enough will be enough of a pain in the butt to fix up when we actually will be using it, so yeah. Let's place the cargo landing pad at least. It's done. 80 slots of storage space, despite being rare, it doesn't get a bonus either. It does have the extra radar coverage distance, which means theoretically I could just delete a radar or something, but yeah, I'm not gonna figure that out. Not really worth it. I suppose the starter packs would be very nice if they would sit into a chest here. So we can launch those up to space if we want to. Let's just set the filter on nothing for now. Bonus production failed. Right, we were supposed to match the 900. We need the 900 rocket fuel basically. Let's quickly pick that up. And I think then we are ready to... We got the technology as well, right? We got 2 achievements in the same time. Yeah, now we can build all of this stuff. When do we unlock space science? Build an asteroid collector. Okay, I guess we'll build an asteroid collector then. That shouldn't be too hard. Quality copper, let's take a look. Ah, you guys, there's nothing going on just yet. It's probably just the inserter not being able to keep up. The crappy solution inserter is not able to keep up with the amount of ore coming in, basically. Oh god, it's not gonna be long before that chest is full, and then the iron and copper chests are gonna get mixed. It's a curved trajectory. It's parabolically rounded and they can exactly shoot me. Right, rocket fuel. It's backed up anyway, so it doesn't matter where I take from. I need 900. A chest contains 960. Oh, that's easy. That's enough for like 20 and something rocket launches. If we want to... You know, I think we'll probably send up like one-off stuff from our personal rocket silo. And just let the main rocket silos deal with all the bulk stuff. I think that's the way to do it. So, there we go. That should be good. Hey, rocket silos, man. Life is good. We've got rocket silos. Okay, let's postpone the problem a bit more. Oh yeah, the problem is getting bad though. The chest's already full. And this inserter is just not fast enough. I think it's fine. We can do a temporary swoopy swoop. Okay, something went wrong there. Maybe that went wrong. Regular copper. Good quality copper. Crappy good quality copper. Alright. So now at least this can go on both sides, which postpones the problem even further. Yeah, we need more furnaces for copper there. That's a given. I think then we're ready to switch this on, right? We got the space platform. Now we need to do the blueprint again. Build it symmetrically this time, I dare you. It doesn't do it. Why you no do it? Do we actually, what does space science give us? Space science, alright. So we don't actually need to hurry up to unlock that. Until we actually start making space science, it doesn't have any other effect. So I'm not gonna launch an asteroid collector up ahead of time. We'll first build the platform then. Yeah, I think it's time then to switch this on. We got automatic requests set, right? Auto requests. Let's add. I think that's gonna reset every time though. Let's add the request there. Time to have automated rockets, and we're gonna watch this a little bit. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be the good stuff. We kept this area nice and clear for the rockets. Our lake with a lot of fish, but it could use a bit more fish. We've only got like 2k fish in there. I think at some point we'll run out of things to do. We can go fishing. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. And with these belt speeds, the rockets actually shoot. It should be like a cascade of rocket launches, I suppose, one after the other. I think this is gonna fill up before the rocket is done. Yeah, okay, we got 20 pieces in there. The rocket is at 10%. Okay, the slow inserters are fast enough. These are not even getting stuff yet. This one is just now gonna get its first platform. And maybe we need to actually help a bit with platforms. I do not want this rocket to finish without inventory. That will break the cascade. I think everything is full now. Yeah, all of them are full. Alright, that's good. We need to stand somewhere where the sound will be clearly hearable. How long is it going to take? Just a little bit more. Alright, we'll just relax a little bit. I'll rechat a bit. No speed beacons needed. Beacons? What are those? Those are locked behind purple signs. So that is not yet on the program. 3 hours to fill all the chests, alright. I suppose I can do that stuff before 3 hours are done. Are the silos set to oh god. Yeah. Good call. No, 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 I should not do that. It will be automatically with the inserters. Ah, dang it, I messed up. Go, go, go. Yeah, it goes automatically with inserters. Alright, come on, cascade of rocket launches. Let's show me the beauty. We've got 25 hours of research left to do before we are gonna go to the first planet. I suppose we should decide on the first planet before we research it. But just I'm saying we can procrastinate a little bit more on the first planet. That is 500 platforms launched. If I remember correctly, we can launch platforms about as fast as the space platform can build them. Given that this thing can only build out like about 110 tiles per minute. We are producing 90 a minute. It can build 110 per minute. Of course, it only needs to go around the perimeter once. And then we just need a big central blob for the first part. But this is going to take a while to build out. I think we're going to be launching up much faster than... Yeah, I cannot place next part of the blueprint until we get close to that area. We can see that with the generated chunks. So these chunks are generated. The green chunks are not. Those are like some state of pre-generation. Looks like now I can place another line of blueprint right here. So let's do that. So that will update. And once the platform gets closer, these chunks will get generated as well, and I can place blueprint stuff in there. I think I will be able to do this though. From the view. Yeah, space stuff is weird. Just in time. It is not launching because this is not on. Alright. Now all of them are gonna launch at the same time, I suppose. Oh, that's loud. I should have waited a bit longer. I guess the next one is gonna be a cascade again, since the rocket production just continues in the background. Here comes the stuff. Alright, more chunks have been generated. You can see it now in the top part. Oh, apparently this 3 of those things can land at the same time in this small cargo hatch. No problem. No problemo, mate. Alright. Can we already get... Oh yeah, we can. We're gonna get out to the sides now. Asymmetrical for some reason. There's some weird stuff going on. This is where the asteroid collectors will sit. So let's see if we can see when the next chunk gets generated. And maybe we can see it on the minimap. I think we probably need to get within one chunk's distance or something. Okay, that one got generated now. Okay, rockets are ready again. That takes precedence. It's night launch as well. Nice and beautiful over the labs. Okay, let's watch this from afar. Yeah, this is the best part of the game, man. The first rocket launches. Awesome. What a milestone. How many platforms? Yeah, it's about 4 to 5k. And then an unknown amount for the center, which has to be designed still. Ah, we are still not launching. You know why we are not launching? Because I pasted the blueprint and that switched off the requests. So we're gonna have another simultaneous launch, which is fine. The next one will be cascading again, if I remember. To flick this on. What am I doing? It is launch time. Zoomed out launch time over the labs. Let's go. Let's watch again the 3 pods land at the same time. That is some precision, man. Holy moly. Holy. That is weird. We get another one. Oh yeah, there they come. They just spawn in right here. Okay, we need to up this request. Let's paste the blueprint. We're getting out there. Still a ways to go, but once we reach the edges, it's gonna speed up by a lot. So that is good. Now we just say we want 2k, so it all will launch as soon as possible. Because I do want my cascading launch. 47. All right, and the cascading launch is coming up. Probably the only time that these launches will be organized ever. I miss the cacophony from the version 1 10k SPM launches. Yeah, it's back now, man. Launches in Space Age are so much easier than in Vanilla 1.1. So maybe I should actually limit how much platforms I'm producing. Got a lot of these. I need to empty these trash slots. So there's 2 ways to do it. One is with the logistics request with bots, but if you want to do it with inserters, you need to not flick on this button, or anything that is in here will automatically get put in the trash slots. Okay, that's my entire stash. It's not a lot. Why not a temporary line downwards? That's actually a good idea. That'll already help with generating chunks. And for the platforms, the chunks are always a rectangle. The generated chunks are... the map is always eventually a rectangle. So once this forces the generation of the next chunk, all of these green squares will disappear. There we go. That's the next line. Means the next step down is going to take less long. And we can already place a little bit of the next step again. And I'll just keep building out. I guess we'll just let these rockets launch naturally now. So at the moment, we have more platforms than that there are ghosted blueprint tiles, so it's not requesting anything. With a bit of luck, we... It's actually pretty easy to request 1,000 space platform tiles. Just do this. Ah wait, we need to wait, yeah, it can take a bit for... It's such a large platform, before the game finds that we actually are wanting to build those chunks I just placed. So I guess we're gonna get another simultaneous launch, which is gonna be loud, so let's stand away a bit. Alright. Any day now. As soon as I look in the map view, I'm gonna miss it, I'm pretty sure. At some point it's gonna find it. It slowly scans through all the chunks to request those stuff. Alright, never mind then. It works, you just need to wait a bit. I don't have the patience. So... let's just go with the next part of the line. Alright, and this is about as far down as we want to go. Looks like the entire... strange, the entire blueprint is placed, at least for the bottom part. Weird. We are still building out at 1 tile per second per location. Alright, we're just gonna launch manually. That should do it. Let's light up the night sky again. It actually does request it. I will put that on there and just see that it, just to see that it works. Alright, let's find the chunk. Okay, that's exactly 1 chunk. So we should be requesting 1,024 platforms. Let's make it 999 for clarity. Because that is not visible. That should be 999 platforms. So even when the thing is done, it will still request the platforms. Platforms already in trash slots. These are gone. Oh, wait, I clicked these out of there. Alright. I thought I control clicked them out of there, but apparently not. Alright, everything is set correctly now, I think. Let's check the 1 hour production graph, 90 a minute, about exactly. About blue chips. That's not fine on the blue chips, it's fine on the processing units. 10 hours of exactly flatlined processing units. Let's merge them. If we merge them, we get a flat line without the quality stuff. 57.4. How about low densities? Merged. 45 a minute exactly. Okay, that's nice to see that it works to design specification. Rocket fuel just stopped because the chests were full. It is designed twice too big, basically. Alright, Grabby McGrab face, what you up to? We're almost ready to paste the entire thing. There is a small problem with the asteroid collectors. If you place too many of them in the same tick, a lot of them will get stuck with some computing navigation error. So we need to make sure we place the asteroid collectors not all at the same time. I guess that can be done organically by, well, just launching them up 10 at a time, I suppose. It takes a while to scan. The left side can be placed. So this is now complete. This is the outer edge. The line got indeed changed for a box. We'll get to that once more. It's weird that this side develops faster than the other side, and significantly so. Okay, looks like we can place the blueprint in the first chunk, but not in the second one. Alright, I think then the blueprint is complete. The navigation alert is the most confusing alert in Factorio. What does it mean? As far as I understand, it means you placed too many asteroid collectors in the same game tick, and then some of them just get stuck. They are supposed to complete a small process to figure out which asteroids they should be keeping track of, but if you do too many at the same time, some just get skipped and then not reactivated. That's probably a bug as well, maybe we should report that. But then first I need to actually recreate that, which so far I've only done the designs in editor mode, and there you just can cut everything and paste everything in the same tick, so maybe it doesn't really happen when you actually play the game, so not really sure about that. Alright, there's now definitely more than 500 of these placeable things placed, like 1k per site for sure. And it's not updating yet. So this just takes a while. It will update eventually. We will definitely need this amount of space for building like smelters and stuff, so we can request 1k to be sent up, I suppose. Should we wait for this? How is copper? I'm getting paranoid too. Still kinda backing up. Let's just enjoy the base for a little. Hey Junior, I'll get to that after the stream. For now, just eat the increased price, and I'll set it right after the stream. The science cost multiplier. You've seen it in the regular game and copy pasting ships as well. Alright, then it's definitely something that needs to be reported. How is the 50-hour graph? Should be getting close. Oh, there we are. That's 10 hours. So this is our 10-hour graph. 600k signs and a little bit per minute. 1000.3, I think. 0.28, 1000.28. It's really fine-tuned. So that's how it should look like. It should look the same for 50 hours, but it won't. It won't because we switch from 60 seconds per sign spec technologies to 30 seconds per sign spec technologies, which means this flips around a bit every now and then. So at the moment we are getting rid of this 992, a couple more hours, and I suppose we need to get rid of this spike here as well, which maybe has been I think there was like a brownout or another small mistake in that I rotated the belt or something. So this should go up to 3 million eventually. It is going up. 51, 51, 52, slowly ironing out at 992 signs per minute. The fake 1k SPM base, the stage where we're at. So yeah. Slowly but surely we're getting up there. Once this spike disappears, we have a good chance of actually having the 1k SPM for 50 hours. Yeah, I'm getting tired of waiting for these rockets to launch. Don't tell me this is empty. It's just about empty. A couple more platforms and there's nothing else to build. Well, there's definitely still... Let's see if it runs out. Will it automatically then hard request stuff or what? Or it just slowly scans all the empty chunks in the middle for stuff to build? Because this is a little bit slow, I have to admit. We're about to run out. See if something happens. Oh yeah, there we go. That is weird though. Weird timing. We didn't do the run up with the rockets part yet. We might have another launch straight away. Or no? Yeah. Ah wait, we are waiting for the inserters to input the 50 platforms. So we're gonna shoot another rocket. Should have made 2 gaps halfway on either side of the verticals and built faster. I don't think it matters that much. Also, if you build like a temporary line, later you can get into trouble with trying to deconstruct stuff as suddenly you're having like gaps and you cannot have a space platform with a hole in it, so you have to be careful how you approach trying to build out your platform faster, because if at any point you try to make a loop, I've had it in the design phase as well, where then suddenly there exists a connection and then it won't deconstruct anymore. It's a little bit weird. But I think now we are definitely the full 2.5k we are collecting. This is 1.4k remaining. So this 1k is added onto the request as well, even though it's not in the buildable area, which is probably the better way to force request stuff up. I don't know. That is gonna complete now. We should get started on those asteroid collectors, I suppose. So yeah, the reason why we switched from the line design is because this design is just much friendlier for UPS. The line design had the problem that many asteroids miss the platform entirely, and those asteroids would sometimes go 27,000 tiles from one side of the screen to the other, needing calculations all the time. And because asteroids are very slow, there's a lot of asteroids on the screen which are basically just useless. And here we are basically forcing the asteroids to hit a wall at any point. As soon as they spawn in, they cannot really go very far out of the center orientation. The worst ones will get to about here, but most of them will be caught almost instantly, which is very friendly for the calculations. And since we're going to have a large base on multiple different planets, and we're going to have a bunch of space platforms, we should probably care a little bit about UPS and stuff. I probably want to have at least 2k more platforms. Then, do I though? I probably should first design. It got deducted immediately though. I should probably first design the space platform science thing before I shoot up hundreds and hundreds of platforms to many, because that's just a little bit wasteful. So this thing will build itself now. We are gonna work on the asteroid collectors. Let's go do something again instead of standing around for another half hour. This is why I wanted to have the copper problems and the other base problems sorted out before I started this, because man, it's just so nice to watch the rockets and all the stuff and not actually do something. We've got the quality modules here. We needed to add electric engines to here, 800. Alright. So that is 200 asteroid collectors. I suppose I should even make a little bit more, because my blueprint contains a fixed amount. 206, 214. So I suppose we'll make 216. Let's just do the first set of hand filling then. So basically I'll just throw away my stuff. I'll fill each machine twice, just for the fun of it, and to see what we get out of that. That means I'll need more blue chips and more low density structures actually. I've got my running trousers on, so that should be fine. Should you still be all launching at the same time? I suppose. And this is the last 1k. Okay, so no more launches now, right? Maybe 1 or 2. Or 5, apparently. So it looks like 5. And these are just gonna wait. Okay, these are gonna wait, so we are not over sending platforms just yet. That's good. Oh yeah, we're definitely starting to get lower. Let's just bring some. We're gonna need it. Alright, first gamble then. Yeah, they did add the nuclear blast explosion thing. So yeah, you can make holes in space platforms. Not the intended way. But it's possible. So we'll do this twice. Let's see what we get out of that. No luck as with the rocket silo. I'm glad I got the rocket silo though. Don't have enough electric engines. RIP. These assemblers are too fast for my hand feeding addiction. And 16 chances. Without any good ones. Alright, the rest we are just gonna divide over the chests. So let me mark these for deconstruction so they don't start. We need to divide this stuff. We can do one chest per side. That's fine, I think. We can make him faster if we divide that equally. Let's feed my hand feeding addiction. There we go, 16 perfectly balanced chests. Automated, a gamble, automated, this, my channel automated, which is not very automated, but it's something. That should make the rest of the asteroid collectors. We'll have 2 extra left over. I probably should make even more. Because I don't need better quality ones. Yeah, I kinda messed it up. We need a bit more. I should have done a couple more handcrafts. Let's do a couple more handcrafts. We can mark the inserters for deconstruction instead of the collectors. We can do a couple more loops. So I want 214 normal ones. One insert is going to be rares. We are making about 200. So I guess if I do 2 more loops, that should definitely be enough. Okay, rare one please, right now on command. Okay, we got an uncommon one, that's something. I guess we did 24 only in total, so we are above expectation actually. That is how bad Mark 1 quality modules are. Alright, 1 and 32 are about exactly as expected. There we go. Now we should be good. The rest we can just let finish. Alright. These are for the crushers. We don't know how many crushers we need yet, because we haven't designed the thing just yet. Let's get rid of those chests, we don't need those anymore. Here's my inventory. Is it here? It might be here. We got some solar panels here. We'll probably use those in space, I suppose. We'll see. We might just send normal solar panels for the space platform. Is it time to design then? The problem is if we go designing, then time stops because we will go in editor mode for that. I think it's time to check in on the platform. Maybe we should fix the copper furnaces thing first, before that backs up. Okay, still building out. Takes a while to build this platform, but definitely not as long as the 27,000 tile line. That would have taken 4 hours at constant building speed. It would have to cover 13,500 tiles at this speed. So yeah, that takes a while. These platforms are also easier to build. Why do those two ores only have one lane? I'm sentimental. Oh god. We are about to run into deep trouble. Remember what I said about that coal running out? Well, the coal has run out. It is literally like about to run out. Panic. Panic, panic. I could just feed it on a rocket fuel. I think I'll be fast enough to do if I just do this. Okay, before we do space stuff, we need to fix space designs. We need to fix the problems in the base. There's just no getting around it. First of all, that copper line. A coal for the furnaces. I do have this coal belt, which used to go to some temporary steel stuff. And this is getting out of hand, isn't it? 10k, yeah, this is getting out of hand. We need to fix that as well. This belt is still connected. So, I suppose we can try to bring this belt up somehow to the base. We've got an empty belt here. What is this used for? It was used for steel at some point. I suppose I can switch over my actual steel buffer to be this area here. Let's see how the emptying out is working. Yeah, it's working pretty well. So the 7th line is a bit behind, but all the other 6 are feeding out exactly equal, so that's good. How is it here? This chest is pretty full still. Pretty full still. Fully full. So here we have the cascade of quality rare, quality uncommon, quality normal. So that should make sure these chests will have copper cable in them until everything is fed out. It appears to be working as well. I get distracted again. This is my new steel buffer then. I do not need this belt to go up to the base. This is coming in over there. That just has to connect to here then. This belt could go up to the base. Looks cursed again. Let's not look at it. Except then this belt should not go to the base, but it should go here. Basically. Which means we need to bend it out to the left. Some point. Fake undergrounds all over the place. So if we connect that there, we should be good. We can then give input priority to the chests, I suppose. So we can let that fade away. Now we just need to put coal over here. Let's check. Okay, it is backing up again. Coal is backing up, so that's good. 1k SPM still on. Now we just need to put the coal onto that empty belt. That is fairly easy, I suppose. Well, it would be fairly easy if I had stuff like a logistics system and whatnot, which automatically supplied me with belts. Fake belt ends there. Alright, so that should be... that was easy. That should be automated coal to red signs. And if we have automated coal to red signs, we can actually undo the coal saving things we did before. I need my other armor. Return of the stone furnaces for legacy's sake. And this entire area will soon be switched on again. So yeah, this entire area is a throwback to the early days. We built this entire setup before we even had access to logistics. So no splitters, no underground belts. We had to do it like this. That is where this weird coal abomination comes from. That's why these belts are only half full. So all of the rest of the base, like green signs, has been modernized and made boring. But red signs is still the good old interesting thing. Build stuff. So we're gonna keep that. There comes the new coal, and that should be the end of it. So we can actually just grab that. I just have a little bit of coal left over for ourselves. In fact, why not just get rid of that entirely then? We still have the input priority of coal. From that side. I think we should just side load this. Yeah, that is what we should do. Because if any coal comes from here, that is going to be on the near side of the belt, and the inserters will prefer the near side of the belt over the coal that is coming in from here. So this will do just wonderfully. I guess once this is fully run out, which it already might have been, we're just going to have coal on the far side of the belt, which is fine. Need to activate all these symbols. Iron is active. Right. It's good to have a little bit of emergency coal on hand. Right. I can look again at chat. Yeah, the first coal mine. Yeah, I don't know. I get attached to weird things like a coal mine. How are the asteroid collectors doing? Looks like somebody messed up the ratios, and that was probably me. We've got 125 collectors, 0 rare ones, 3 uncommons. I suppose we are expected to get, well, 0 to 1 rare one, I suppose, but 0 is not out of the question here. Alright. Looks like somebody messed up the ratios, so let's just throw some random low density structures in there and we'll recount the ratios. Once we need to for the crushers. That is a pretty fast production actually. I just fixed some cool stuff and that was all. Alright, to fix copper though, what is the deficit for copper ore? Is it big? I probably need to redo the entire area at some point, but I do not really want to do this right now. We can just check uncommon. We've been doing low figures of, let's put iron next to that. So we always were doing more iron than copper, like by far. But copper has now suddenly overtaken iron by a lot. At the moment, we are producing 14k, we're smelting about 10k. That is the maximum rate our 3 furnaces can smelt. So we need at least 2 more. So that is maybe easy to do. We could consider switching around iron and copper. That would solve it. Let's just go over there. I have a bunch of stuff on me, so that should be okay. Fully expect them to have rocket fuel. Yeah, I was thinking about it, especially since I built rocket fuel twice as big than I need. How is oil doing actually? I'm getting sidetracked again. Alright, this is down at 12k now. Because we are just over pulling from here. We have already lost over 200k steel. So maybe I should not overdo it with the platforms too much. We've got 5k platforms in storage. That is enough to build one more of these rings, I think. Without any insides. 4.3k. So I think maybe I'll switch off platform production now. So the platform production was planned around the big line, which was 50,000 platforms, and which was supposed to bring only iron to the base, not space science yet, because we've got some other upgrades to make still as well. Space science is not really that urgent. Right. If I want to switch this around, I suppose the easiest way to switch it is just to let this belt go up here and let the other belt, iron belt, go up here. It's also good for the storage system, which is actually starting to fill up. Am I overdoing it with quality? I might be overdoing it with quality. Ooh. Don't have recyclers yet, man. It would be good to have recyclers. If I get recyclers, I can just make a quick trip to Volgora, get my recyclers, and then I can actually upcycle all this uncommon stuff to be rare as well. At some rate. Not a really good rate. Pretty crappy rate, but some rate. You know what? I'm just gonna let that mix up, I think. Maybe I should upgrade the entire build to uncommon chests as well. I don't really want to stop the quality program, but this is also not very sustainable. How many chests do we have here? 120 and 30. Let's make 150 uncommon chests. We have a lot of uncommon steel. How is this doing again? Okay, that is not nearly as deadly as it was last time, and we accidentally interrupted production for God knows how long. 2 hours or so, because it was backed up on quality ingredients. Why don't you have quality modules in the quality smelters? I do. So the uncommon plate smelteries, they have quality modules. The rare quality smeltery has productivity modules, because epic quality is not unlocked yet, so you cannot roll a epic result, even if you would put quality modules in here. So it's basically making the most out of it. Maybe even too much out of it, because it looks like I just don't know what to do with all the stuff. Okay, let's do this scientifically. These cost like 8 steel a pop, right? And I need 150 of them. So that's 1200 steel really. Alright, 150 uncommons. That is step 1. That's going to extend the lifetime of these chests by 30%. And all of those should activate again. Maybe I should research the circuit network. I can set up some alarm poles instead of manually having to monitor several of these stations for filling up. Let's actually check how bad it is. Okay, it's not too bad yet. Especially with these chests being increased in capacity as well. Alright, so 3 of these are full. That is not too bad. Iron is definitely not full. Yeah. I'm going to do something which you probably shouldn't do. Man, I'm mixing that in there. This is not gonna be good. Alright. And then do I have space to... I still don't have space to pull that off though. Need a red inserter here. Who put all these chests with copper ore there? Blasphemy. Those are severely in the way. Stop that. Alright. Priority to the right. Ooh. Ooh. This is gonna cost me a lot of viewers, I'm pretty sure. Let's check if this costs me a lot of viewers. Holy moly, there's a lot of you. I didn't even see. Hello everybody. But yeah, a bunch of you are gonna go away now because this is just unlike everything that Factorio stands for. It hurts, it even hurts me, and I'm used to some pretty bad stuff. This is not Factorio intended. We don't look if you are squeamish. Oh wait, oh god, this is not correct. There's like rare quality in there as well. That means, okay, that means that's good news. I don't have to feed it in here. I cannot feed it in there. Instead, I will have to feed it in here. If I switch off alt mode, it's not so bad, right? Yeah. Well, we're not gonna use this anytime anyway. Perhaps by the time I actually need to sort out all of this stuff, I'll have bots. Alright, and then now we need to somehow get rid of this again. But that should triple our smelting rate. I suppose steel is taking a hit now. Iron is taking a hit. Oh yeah, we're doing a pretty good job by keeping it mixed. I don't think it's gonna cause too much trouble. Maybe iron will back up a little bit, but iron belt is preferred, so this is only gonna help out copper. It's still all quality 2 which gets in here, so that's correct. It's quality 3 which goes in there. Can this back up? No, there's nothing on the belt. Alright. I think for now I'll just leave this here. I want to see if this unclocks itself before I try to feed yet another 10,000 copper ore into the system. Yeah, so this is just gonna be, especially since I just upgraded the chest as well. Okay, let's at least try to fill a couple of these. That also will help with the storage problem, since we no longer really care what goes where. Probably empty my inventory if I want to do some chest management stuff. Right, these can be filled first. Okay, so then I actually only have 2 chests full of iron here. 3 then. Okay, that's pretty decent. What about here? I don't know the order in which these fill up. Looks like the front ones first. And here the back ones, alright. Okay, that makes sense. So we're gonna get the least amount of mixed chests possible. If I need some, I can just take it. Oh, I accidentally... grabbed from this one. Okay, that should keep it going while I get distracted with space stuff. Because this would basically break the entire base if this was left to go unchecked. Alright. And then these chests will just empty out completely. So those can be truly mixed chests. Alright. Okay, so those will fill up with iron. So it's not going to get too mixed then. This entire side is going to be copper. Just want to get a feel for how far this is full. Pretty far, actually. Okay, that's pretty full already. There's only a handful of chests before that clogs up. It's not a problem though, because after that just all of the ore will go into these smelteries. I think it's fine. The iron is backing up now. I think I will just set... I cannot do those. The back ones should be able to smelt everything. Let's set these for iron only. And these can just grab whatever. And these can grab whatever. Why is it not grabbing? Ah, wait. Or. Okay, the closest iron mine is pretty far away though. So I guess we'll just look after a while how that goes. How is this weird? How is pollution going actually? But the quality is fine-ish. Yeah, it's not really working too much here just yet. But this one probably is. This one is working pretty hard. We've got sort of a buffer going there though. Alright. We will see. We'll need to keep an eye on that, but I think that should unclog itself after some time, right? Hope quality iron backing up doesn't mess with the spaghetti junction, feeding normal iron. It is all separated. I don't think the iron can block off the copper here. Iron is on its own side of the belt here. Iron on the bottom, copper on the top. Even if iron backs up, copper can keep flowing. But who knows how this monster works? I sure don't. But even if this now backs up, we built a new copper mine for green sign, so then just this one will activate this one up here. I should switch off the generated chunks thing. Right, now where's my inventory? Question of the day. It's probably at the quality chest, isn't it? This junction is so spaghetti it belongs on the Factorium main menu screen. With a big caption, how not to. Alright, we'll see how that goes. That's gonna cause me more problems in the future, I can feel it already. Okay, let's see how lucky we got with the asteroid collectors. I can already see we have 0 rare ones. And we have 6 uncommon ones. So it's something. Something for the actual spaceship. We're not going to be doing much with belts at the moment. Just give me a sec to empty out my inventory because we're going to do some space stuff. We're going to build a platform now. Or at least the collectors. My garbage chest is getting full. What do you do when your garbage chest is full? You start a new garbage chest. Right? These furnaces are now definitely obsolete. grab some more mining drills. Those can go here. And then just a bunch of bells. Almost out of inserters. Okay, I think that is looking organized again. Let's make a save. Send asteroid collectors, and once we build one, we'll actually have researched space science, I think. Build asteroid collector. We have time, I suppose. I can just let those be built from for my personal silo. I could just put some chests in the end at the other rocket silos. How many do I need anyway? Uh, 216. We can send how many at a time? 10, that is generous, alright. I shouldn't say that aloud because the next update will be less generous then. Let's paste the blueprint we have on there, and then the platforms will request what they need. This will add the asteroid collectors and stuff. As well as apparently the infinity chests, which we don't have. Sure. Not enough storage space available to store all this garbage, I suppose. Alright, we also don't have an infinite power generator. We have 46 platforms too many. Let's delete this. So we need to also send up like 2k belts, 500 undergrounds, over 200 inserters, one for every collector for now. So I suppose we'll grab those as well. We can send a couple too many because we're gonna use those for the crushers and stuff anyway, so it doesn't really matter. 500 undergrounds, I don't have those ready. That is not really a problem. There's not a problem which cannot be solved with a single shift click. I have too much iron on them. There we go. Then belt, it was about 2k or so. Gonna need more belts than that anyway. We can send most of that up automated in the same way we've been sending up the platforms. Why don't you use the quality items to make quality grabbers? Because these platforms don't need them. That's basically as simple as this. Maybe I could redesign the entire thing with uncommon grabbers, but I don't know. I don't have the electric engine to do that. I suppose I could make the electric engines from the copper and iron plates uncommon, which. But yeah, let's just make the. Maybe we'll do an optimized version of this later. I suppose if I had quality things. Basically, these have only a certain range. but better quality ones have a bigger range, which means I could technically space them like further apart a little bit if I used uncommon quality, which might save a couple asteroid collectors on the platform, etc, etc. Come to think of it, this is actually not this is optimized around having rare quality in the corners, so that is not good. The corners could have a small gap though, because nothing comes in at the wrong angle there, so I can just move this one down a bit. Because I'm no longer going for quality here. Yeah, it's not super complete, is it? Okay, let's switch off the filter on that one. And this one. We have at least 4 different items to send. So we can send up the collectors, except the last 6. We can send up inserters, belts, undergrounds. I suppose we will also need to send up more platforms, so let me just do that. Put as many platforms there as will go. We can launch that up manually. So a mixed rocket won't launch even if it requests that stuff. But I suppose if I put inserters here now, I spent all my inserters. I think that is gonna go well. So let's launch that one ourselves. And the rest of the stuff, yeah, the asteroid collectors are already launching here. And the rest should soon follow. It's gonna be a little bit unpredictable to see which ones get built, I suppose. Okay, in comes the stuff. Let's just hope one of this get built. Someone got built. Over here. Alright, they don't have power. So they won't be active just yet, which is good. I do not want a belt full of asteroids just yet. That is just gonna clog everything up at the moment. Right, there comes another set of collectors. So those are gonna get built. And yeah, the inserters just launched. Belts will launch as soon as there's 100 of them in there. Let's speed it up. Oh, 100! Look, it's launching the rocket. Yes, this is gonna work for all the stuff that's on the platform at the moment. That is gonna get sent up, which means that this entire thing will get built now. And all that's left to do for us is to design what comes out of here, I suppose. For that we have to go in editor mode. Let's have a quick look at the 50-hour science graph. Are we there? Hey, we are still short. I think we still have that We got rid of the 992 bump. I think we need to get rid of this power dip. We really don't have a lot of overproduction, as you can see in the 1000 signs per minute thing. I think 166 or 167. 600 or something. Yeah, I think we're doing 1000.28 signs per minute, something like that. Alright, so this can handle its own. I think there's nothing left to do in Northeast anymore. We need to design the platform, I suppose. What time is it now? It's 11 o'clock. I think we can have a crack at it. Yeah, let's have a crack at it. We'll work out the ratios that we need. And before actually designing it, I will probably optimize the design in my own time to use as few platform tiles as possible. But we can at least do the interesting work here and all the tiny optimization and layout stuff. That I could do that probably off cam. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll do it on cam. I don't have time actually before Sunday to play offline, so we'll do it online then. We'll do it on stream. I think we're ready to go design then. Let's have a quick look around the base. Pollution is good. Some of the iron sources may start to struggle, but we're going to be paused anyway. How is power actually with all the rocket silos doing stuff? How is the accumulators? Are they Oh, they are still charging. They're definitely dipping lower than we were though. Right. I think I'm going to limit the space platform production a bit. All of these chests are wired up together. So if I also wire up the inserters, it should not be these. But these. So only if we have less than 10k, it's gonna get out of hand a bit. I feel if we go over. We're a space platform. Okay, if it's under 10k, it should work. So all of them work now. But if we get 10k in these chests, it will stop. And I will at least keep some of my steel left over here. Already 300k steel went down the drain into these stupid landfill tiles. It's basically just overpriced landfill, those space platform tiles, man. Alright, my overflow steel is actually still flowing towards the right. Actually not keeping up, it's only slow inserters which insert it. It's like too slow inserters. Quickly ironing the last small problems out of the base before we go into design mode. Now let's try uncommons, maybe that'll do the trick. It's only just barely backing up. Yeah, that might already do it. also would help. Let's doing this maybe. Then the steel can go in the inside of the belt as well. We'll see if that fills up or not again. Okay. So that means I keep collecting the overflow steel while I feed this out. Yeah, I think it's just time to go design then. Yeah, we're not gonna make the crushers yet. I have no idea how many I need, so let's not waste the resources. Those things are just stupidly expensive in low density structures. So we're gonna save here. This is probably, it's not gonna be the end of stream, but I'm just gonna name it that way because the rest of the stream is gonna be editor design mode, probably. So let's save again. Editor design mode, because designing without editor mode for space stuff is just the worst. Check silos before edit mode. Undergrounds won't launch. Alright. Ah yeah, because I forgot to disable the filter on those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this chest was actually supposed to feed in. Oh wait, I cannot build here. This is the edge of my base. Realize that like literally just in time. I'll keep a stack myself. Alright. So now those will launch. This chest is done. Let's have one helping out with the bells. Okay, that's it. Right, I did not enter editor mode just yet, did I? No, all the achievements are still valid. Let's go stand on the designated spot. Override both saves. Alright, welcome to Editor Fest. Let's first switch on time. Are we gonna stay here? Or am I just gonna go in a separate save? I think I'll go in a separate save so we can speed up some stuff. Like this one already has the platform up and built. The difference here is I deleted Novice, so all the map tags are still there. All the map tags are still there, but I deleted the chunks. There is nothing going on the planet anymore. I just need to delete. Let's just delete all platforms. Actually, no. Let's keep these three. These three were doing stuff. Since we're on the topic now anyway of the box platform. So I got 3 variants here. Let's override the save here then. So one is called spawn count. Here I'm just counting the asteroids that spawn to see if they match up with the theory and if I actually am catching all of them. So what we're doing here is all the asteroids that come in from the collectors. Most of them are caught at the edges here. I'm gonna speed up time so we can see the asteroids move a bit. Let's go 4 times speed. So they're all collected. There is no filters on any asteroids. And we are just loading them into crushers. And no matter, the byproducts are not going to be put back onto the belt for this count. They're just deleted into infinity chests. So that the stats I get into this screen on the right side here, those are the actual spawn rates of the asteroids. And we don't have a 50-hour test complete here, but we do have a 50-hour test on several other saves, and the numbers do work out. We should get 79.8 metallics per minute, and over a 50-hour period we do 26.6 oxides and 53.2 carbon. So we are a little bit over carbon and ice and a little bit under on metallic at the moment. But like I said, over a 50-hour period that pretty much evens out. Thanks, Elearn, for the Prime subscription. So yeah, we'll go over the asteroid spawn mechanics. No, let's do that now. It's a good moment since we're doing the count. For the asteroid spawned, depends on the perimeter of your platform. So basically, on both the left and the right side, the edge where the asteroids spawn is exactly 48 tiles away, which is, let's try to visualize that. 42, 49, alright. So if we look here, this is where the asteroids should spawn in, if we can see that happen. Try speeding up more. So they're a little bit faded when they spawn in, but they get unfaded as they come closer by. That's the distance here. It's the same for the distance on the left side and the bottom side. On the top side, it's not 48, it's 72, which is basically 1.5 times 48. That means you already get like 432 tiles of spawn edge for free, even if your platform size is 0, because of edges being away from the size of your platform. So even if you have like less than the space hub, you already get 432 tiles for free. This adds 1200 tiles in the X direction and 400 tiles in the Y direction. Reasons for that will be later. And that means the entire perimeter of my platform is that 432 free tiles plus 2400 plus 800. 3632. Now the spawn rate of asteroids is your perimeter. So that perimeter which we just counted, that is a factor in the total spawn rate of asteroids, multiplied by 1 over 80, which is 0.0125. Don't ask me why, that's just what they made. That then is again, so now we need to go, I don't know how to explain this. This goes divided by 1024, and then that is per tick. This is the asteroid spawn rate per tick. We want to convert it to per minute, so we multiply it by 60 to get from ticks to seconds, and then by 60 again to get from seconds to minutes. So we multiply it by 3600, and we get a total asteroid spawn rate of 159.6 a minute. If we look at the total asteroids spawned per minute over the last 10 hours, 79.3 plus 53.4 plus 26.9 is 159.6 a minute. It's dead on the spot, right? Around Northeast, the asteroid spawn rate is 3 metallics to 2 carbonic to 1 oxide asteroid, which means half of them are going to be metallic, 1/6 Is going to be oxide. Basically 1/6, 1 out of 6, 2 out of 6, 3 out of 6. That's the easy way to remember it. 1, 2, 3. So this actually should be divided as... wait, that was the wrong sum. 159.6. Half of that. 79.8 should be metallics. 53.2 should be carbonics, for slightly over. And 26.6 should be ice. That means it is well known that the limiting factor for space science is often the ice asteroids, and I think we're going to see that here as well. So that 26.6 number is the important one, which we are going to have to work with. We can also see there's like some variance in the spawn rate. You can see this going up and down a bit. So we need to take into account that we either need some sort of like buffer for the asteroids, or to iron out the variances in spawn rate, or we need to basically we need to have less than, we need to require less than this amount by a significant margin. That would be okay as well. So 26.6, that's the magic number here. So yeah, let's now, so some of this work I already did. Let's check out the numbers for space science. How to do this in game. We have display panels. I don't have them. We need to go and edit. We are in editor. Why can I not force research? That is already researched. Oh, alright, that's good. Circuit network. That gives us the display panels. So this, let's put those numbers on this, on these display panels. So oxides, carbonic ones, and the metallic ones. We can put values to that. I think these things will work pretty nice. So 79.8, always show in alt mode, alright. Need a little bit more offset between them. 53.2. And 26.6. Those are the numbers. Those are the asteroids we are collecting. Those are the asteroids which are spawning. That is how I should say it. Those are the asteroids which are spawning. Now we're going to figure out what we need for space science, right? So let's look at the recipe for space science, I suppose. We get 5 space science for every 2 iron plates, 1 ice and 1 carbon. Which means for 1000 space science we need 200 ice, 200 carbon, 400 iron plates. Alright, let's write that down as well. Ice 200. Carbon 200 and iron plate 400. Is that even readable? $26.6? You're right, 26.6. Yeah, 26.6. Let's try this. Oh, that is way too big. that is that is way too big as well. But these numbers are a bit bigger. Okay, this is a bit overdoing it. Can I go in between maybe? No? I can. Alright, so now these numbers should be at least a little bit more visible. Ah, we went back to 100. Wait, was it always like this? Heck no, this is way bigger. At least 10 people need to scream at me that I have the wrong number. It feels bigger. Yeah, definitely. Okay, it just goes to the nearest one. Alright, we'll go with this because we're doing number stuff right now. These numbers need to be readable. They just don't really scale with zooming, so that's annoying. Let's switch off the minimap then. To have a little bit less cloud. Look at this bar, it takes up the entire screen. But, yeah, indeed, we do not need 900, we don't need 1k SPM, we need 900 SPM. But we don't even need 900 SPM, we need 907 SPM. Because I need 907 to make 1k in the labs. That is how I've been doing it so long. We're just gonna count with 1k SPM. We even could put productivity modules in the space science assemblers to even require less. So I need 907. If I put like uncommon productivity modules in the space science assemblers, I will need only 824 ingredients for 824 space science a minute. So we could go a bit less, but let's just count for 1k SPM how much we need, just to start off, because that has nice round numbers. We need a crusher. So now we get to the crushing recipes. Oxide asteroid crushing makes 5 ice out of every oxide chunk, but we also get back an oxide chunk 20% of the time. That means that these 26.6 things get crushed into 5 times the ice, which is 133 ice cubes. We need 200 ice cubes, so that is not good, that's pretty far off. So after crushing, we have 133 ice cubes, but there is the byproduct. So basically there's a trick you can use if you have like, so this is basically 1/5, right? 1/5 of this is byproducts. But then of course, of those, let's say you crush 25 asteroids, right? 5 of them on average will yield a byproduct, so you crush those 5 again, and 1 of those on average will yield a byproduct, so you crush that one again, and then you have a 1/5 chance that that one will yield a byproduct, etc, etc. If you have a 1/5, so if you do like 1/5 of something, and then 1/5 of 1/5, and then 1/5 of 1/5 of 1/5, and you add that up indefinitely, you get to the next number, so the next number under the divisor. So 1/5 plus 1/25 plus 1/125, etc. Goes up to exactly 1/4. So this will eventually produce 25% more ice than the amount of asteroids we are catching. So we need to multiply 26.6 And we make 5 ice out of that per thing, so it's indeed 133. But we need to multiply that by 1.25. Means we get 166.25 ice out of there. Which is still not enough. And now we get to the difficult part, which I'm not sure I can explain. So maybe I'll try. But this, I needed help to figure this out myself. Now we got productivity in here. And this is annoying. So these productivity modules should give you 10% productivity. Now there are recipes in the game, like Overhex enrichment process, which takes 40 uranium-235 and gives out 41 uranium-235. If you put productivity modules in here, the productivity bonus only applies to the 1 extra uranium, not to the full 40 inputs, because that would be stupidly OP. This, however, is not true for the asteroid crushing. The productivity bonus also applies to the byproduct, which means every time this productivity bar fills up, you have a chance of getting another byproduct, and that really makes the sum a bit more difficult. So you should really think of it like, actually when you consume an oxide asteroid chunk, you don't actually consume the full chunk, because 20% of the time you get one back. You consume 0.8% of a chunk every time you do this recipe. So at productivity, you need to factor in that you get 10% more byproducts. And I forgot the sum exactly, but that means every asteroid which you process actually takes up only 0.78 of the intake asteroids, because you get extra byproducts as well. And those extra byproducts then also yield extra ice, etc, etc, etc. I sound like my physics teacher in high school who wasn't really a very good physics teacher, because he always made tons of mistakes on the board, like I'm doing right now, and then he comes up with the answer in the following way, and then the answer is, and then he looks in the book, and then he wrote down the answer, even though the sum on the board absolutely did not match what the answer was supposed to be. I'm going to do the same. What can I say? I learned this from my teacher. I put it in Excel over here. If I put uncommon productivity modules in the ice crushers, I get out, can I do this? I get out 187 point something, 0.6 ice cubes. And I've tested this in one of the other platforms we have. So we have the yield with efficiency modules, which is just that 25% bonus. Difference is here we put those asteroids back on the belt like you would do in a normal situation. You don't throw away the asteroids, especially not the ones you're short on. You just put the byproducts on the belt. And if we look here, we can see we are making like 170 ice cubes a minute, which is a little bit over, but then again we are a little bit over the average cubes. We should be hey, this is not the catch rate, so this is already the extra ones are reprocessed again. Actually, I don't know how much I'm off, but we're up to 170 here with efficiency modules. That's the normal rate. Normal rate is actually 166, so we are slightly over 166 and a quarter. So at the moment, Variance has given us a little bit more asteroids than you would normally get. But if we now look at the platform which has productivity modules in the collectors over here, so I put rare productivity modules in there just to showcase the effect to be a bit bigger. And if we look at the production graph here, now we are already producing 194 asteroids, ice cubes a minute. So it really helps to more than you think it would at first glance. The actual number we should be getting is 192 with rare productivity modules. I'm gonna settle for uncommon ones because those are cheaper and we might need a lot of them. Which means we will get... Let's go back to this platform. We will get those 187.6 if we put these modules in the ice crusher. We need 200, but not really, because indeed that is if we need 1000 physical beakers a second. Physical space signs. We need should do it the other way around. 1000 physical space signs equals 2200 ice cubes. But we need only 1000 virtual science packs, which is the science progress meter from the labs. Those have productivity bonus in there. What it amounts to is we need 907 physical space signs. Man, this I cannot find anything anymore with this gigantic interface. Which means we need 200 divided by 1000 multiplied by 907. That's probably a stupid way to calculate it. 181.4 ice cubes per minute. Are we already there? Yeah, we're already there. Okay, so the value I should put up there in the first line, which is always visible, is 181.4. Okay, that's good then. Then we're done. I thought we needed another step, but looks like we are good. If we put rare productivity in there, and we need only 907 physical space science packs a minute, because that translates to 1000 SPM in the labs, which is what we care about. We need 181.4 ice cubes. Without even putting productivity in the space science assemblers. So yeah, it's good for power usage, because these things are pretty expensive on power. Yeah, they use with 1.2 megawatts each with productivity modules. Whereas if we put efficiency modules in there, these now it uses like 120 kilowatts. That's 1/10 of the power, which is a significant difference. Alright, let's check out the other asteroids. So we have carbonic asteroid crushing, which gives us 10 carbon for every carbonic asteroid chunk. That means we get even without doing anything, get 200 we get 53.2 asteroids times 10 carbon, and if we reprocess those byproducts, it's even gonna be 665, which is way overshooting our goal, so we can get away with efficiencies in these. 665. I guess 532 if we just throw away the byproduct in space immediately, which we probably can do. We're gonna have more than those if we need. Let's just keep the byproduct calculation in there though. And what about iron? Iron gives us 20 iron ore and a crusher here, which means we get 20 iron ore times 79.8 asteroids a minute, 1596 iron ore a minute times 1.25 for the byproducts. That's almost 2k iron a minute. 1995. So yeah, it turns out the limiting factor is definitely the ice collectors. We can barely squeeze enough ice out of this platform size if we put productivity modules in the ice crusher. We might not need that many crushers. These things are pretty fast if I remember. So this thing can crush 0.4 asteroids a second. How long does this recipe take? 2 seconds. Alright, 2 seconds. But it goes at speed 0.9. So it can do 30 a minute, but it goes at speed 0.9. I'm doing it the wrong way. Looks like my brain's already stopped working again. It's maybe not correct. No, it is correct. 27 a minute. They'll do 27 a minute. Which Factorio rounds to 0.4 apparently. So maybe I am not correct again. Anyway, it's about this amount. We are gonna get 26 a minute. Okay, that is actually pretty close. We're also gonna get the byproducts. So I think we need 2 crushers in this case. One is not gonna do it. No, again. It's definitely time to... So if one can do 30 a minute, but we get 26.6 per minute, which also yields at least this amount of byproducts, we're already over 30 a minute, so we're gonna need 2 of those. 2 of those can easily do it. I don't even need to calculate that. That's 2.4 megawatts in ice crushers. Carbon, mouse over says it gives me 5 carbon a second, which is 300 carbon a minute. We can get away with 1 carbon then, because we only need 200 carbon a minute. And this one gives us 10 iron ore. Oh wait, we have a problem. So this one, this one gives us 10 iron ore per second, which theoretically is enough. We can just use 1 and it will give us the 400 we need. But how the heck am I gonna take out 10 iron ore per second, man? I don't even have fast inserters. What are we doing? We are designing space science. We are looking at requirements. We just figured out that we do have enough asteroids from this giant platform. It's not that giant, but it is pretty sizable. It is 1200 by 400 tiles in a box design. And we're grabbing 100% of the asteroids, so we know how many asteroids spawn because that's a function of perimeter. We catch 100% of them. It's verified that we do. We just saw the 10-hour stats for that. And now we are basically counting how many we need. How many we actually need to do 1k SPM for space science. And the ice is marginally exactly enough if we put productivity in the ice asteroid crusher. So that is nice. The thing is, I want to get a lot of iron from space, which means I also probably want to put productivity in my metallic crushers, to be honest. Okay, I have the wrong modules in there. That is why it's not correct. I have the Mark II modules in there. We should have those in there. Okay, now it says 0.44, which is probably more on par. Yeah, right. My mistake again. Sorry, chat. Probably already saw that. Alright, so metallic ones is basically still 10 a second. I can extract 10 a second. If I remember correctly, 5 long-handed. Wait, we have super fast ones now. The rare ones. Those rotate 691 degrees a second, which is roughly almost 2 items a second. So if I put 6 rare ones on there, those can definitely take over 10 items a second. Okay, that is possible then. I can do it with a single one. I probably will want to do it with a single one, because that is good for power usage, these things, and for productivity module cost. I probably can get away with rare ones then if I only need one asteroid crusher. No, I need one asteroid crusher to keep up with this. I need to keep up with this though, because unlike the carbon, which we will just throw into space because nobody has a use for carbon until way later in the game on other planets, there is just nothing we can do with it for now. Especially not on the stationary platform, which will never go anywhere. But the iron we want as much iron as possible. So if I put rare productivity modules in the iron crushers, this platform can produce, let me look it up in my Excel, 2580 iron. If we use the rare Mark I productivities, these, then we get 2580 iron. That means 400 iron goes into 400 iron goes into science. Actually less. Let's also adjust these numbers. 400 divided by 1000 multiplied by 907. 363 iron goes into science, which means I will have left for Norvies 2580 minus 363, which is a whopping 2217 iron plates for Norvies. This is provided I also use productivity modules in the furnaces though, which I might actually not do. So maybe I need to do another calculation for what I will exactly be getting out of this in surplus iron, but that is not really the focus of now, so let's ignore that. These though, it's probably worth it to crush it into rare ones, because these productivity modules are worth more, because the productivity bonus applies to the byproduct as well. Basically, if you get 100% productivity bonus, you get like 4 times as much product out of there. And here is why asteroid, it's a tech as well, asteroid productivity. The maximum productivity you can get on asteroid productivity is 300%. At 300%, you'll consume only 0.2 chunks per chunk that you put in. You get back 0.8 chunks. If you would get 400% productivity bonus, you would get back on average 1 chunk for every 1 chunk you put in. So you basically make an infinite source of iron from just a single chunk on average, with a higher risk of ruin, I suppose. If productivity module bonus was allowed to go higher than that, like let's say you get 900% productivity bonus, now you get back on average 200% metallic asteroid chunk, right? So you get back twice the chunks you put in, so that just spirals out of control real fast. So productivity bonus in asteroid collectors or in crushers is better than the mouse over numbers make you believe, due to the weird, for me, weird issue that the productivity bonus gives you not only productivity on the iron, but also on the chance to get back the chunk, which basically ups the value of these things. Alright. So let's actually just check out the productivity. Maybe we can switch back to normal sized interface. The numbers are a bit smaller. I hope they're still readable here. Let's go to the productivity yield, where we got the rare productivity in the crushers, like we were just describing. If you look over here, over 10 hours, we get... I think we should get 22... Let's check. Yeah, we should get 2304 on average. So we're a bit under at the moment. We are processing though 102 chunks a minute, so we catch 79.8, but these go back into the crushers, so we are processing 102. Let's go a bit higher than that to see how many crushers we need. 102. Back to here. This thing crushes 0.44 asteroids per second. We needed to crush 102 per minute, which is 1.7 a second. This one did 0.44. Which means we need 4 crushers basically to crush all the metallic asteroids and its byproducts again. Alright. We're getting somewhere. So this is basically all the crushers we need on the platform with the modules in the right configuration. I suppose we could up the modules in the ice crushers as well. It won't give us anything though, because we already surpass the amount of ice that we need. And if we put productivity modules in the space science assemblers, which we might, because then we can send even more iron back to the planet, because we'll be consuming less for space science. I suppose that's marginal. Maybe it's not well. Let's check out the space science recipe itself. It takes 15 seconds. That's probably a bad deal for productivity modules. So let's say I put rare productivity modules in there, sure. I consume a little bit less iron, but this machine handles not even 2 iron plates per craft. A craft is 15 seconds. So it handles less than 6 iron plates a minute, and I'm spending 2 rare productivity modules on making 6 iron plates into 6.7 iron plates. So these net me 0.7 iron plates a second. I think that is way too expensive. I think we should just go for efficiency in these and just not have that 0.7 extra plate per minute. I think I'll survive. That is productivity, efficiency I said. Alright, that makes the ratio easier as well, because these just produce a quarter per second, which is 15 per minute. Ooh, that's a lot of assemblers. 15 a minute. And we need to produce 907. It's basically 915 then. Divided by 15 is the amount of assemblers. 61 assemblers we need. Okay, we definitely don't want to spend 120 good quality productivity modules on that then. Alright, 61 assemblers. Those display panels are quite useful. You know what could be a thing? It could be a thing to use the... Let's first put 61 in there. I guess it's technically 60.5. $60.5. I get 5 space signs per craft, no? Am I wrong? Yeah, 5 space signs per craft. What's the speed of this platform with one engine? I don't think it even moves. I think you need to go at least 10 kilometers a second to escape the gravity, so... This is not the platform. This is the platform, for those of you just tuning in. So yeah. What if... because the assembler is not expensive, but this is 180 steel worth of space platform. And we need 61 assemblers times 180 steel. That is 11,000 steel. Just to provide the ground to build the assemblers on, without even inserters or belts or whatever. Maybe it makes sense to actually use the faster ones, right? Maybe I should even use speed modules in here instead of efficiency, but then I would need more solar panels again. That's also a good question. Well, if I put speed modules in there, basically have infinite uncommon quality. That would give me a crafting speed of 1.824, 300 kilowatts. What does an uncommon solar panel do? 234 kilowatts. Okay, this gives me 0.5 a second. This gives me 0.6 a second, so this is still more. But we need more than one solar panel per machine. I think that's kinda surprisingly bright. I should compare it to rare quality assemblers for these as well. Okay, now this is 0.8 a second. This is 0.6 a second, and I need like 1.5 solar panel to power it. Whereas this needs like a 1/3 of a solar panel, a quarter of a solar panel even. So I can power this on one solar panel. So that's like 9 assemblers worth of space for 3.2. This would be 3. Okay, so efficiency wins, basically. This is only 9 spaces. 9 machines. I'm ignoring the idle cost, but it won't matter too much. And this requires 1.5 solar panel. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. That is 12 spaces, and it only does 3 signs per second, whereas this does 3.2 signs per second at a smaller footprint. Does it do... Because also we need more inserters and more belts. It might actually be pretty close. But this is a good life advice. If you have a decision between 2 things which are different things, but very close in outcome, what they are worth to you, then it basically doesn't really matter which one you choose. You will be equally happy, or the result will be equally as good for your life as the other choice, because they are so close, right? So I think I'm an efficiency guy. We're gonna go with efficiency modules. Trying to keep it low power. Alright, so then we need to figure out, we already figured out we needed, let's go, okay, now let's do precise, 60.5 assemblers, but now the speed of those assemblers is 1 times 6 times as high because they're rare quality. We need 38 assemblers, alright, that's a good amount. So, 38. There we go. Rare quality assemblers, that is. Pretty fun actually, figuring out the space science stuff. A lot of these assemblers though. So should I start actually building like a footprint kind of thing just to see how big it will be? CRD8 is 2 times 19. Here's this much. Not so big compared to the platform. This is the amount of assemblers we need for space science. We're gonna need a lot more smelteries though, that is a thing. Oh, and then the question becomes, is it worth it to smelt for productivity or no? It is definitely worth it to use only rare quality materials on here, maybe even rare quality solars, which would push the balance, I suppose. I don't know. Alright, so we need 2 of these. That's 2 of these. No, we need 4 of those. And this will make more than 1 red belt of iron. Yeah, about yeah, 2304 iron ore. That is more than a red belt by a significant part, and that will turn into almost 2600 iron plates then. We probably just need a red belt of and a bit of smelting capacity then. I do not have blue belts, so I probably will just divide the iron into 2 separate belts then. I'll just simplify that by doing this for now. That should be red belts. Alright. But we don't need like full red belts smelting setups. We're only gonna be smelting 2304 iron. Let's get rid of the 1995. We decided on rare quality productivity modules for the iron ore at least. And then we get out 2304 iron ore. And depending on how we smelt that, it can be 2304 iron plates, or we can put productivity in there as well. First we gotta figure out how many furnaces do we need to smelt away this amount of ore. We're gonna again go for quality ones, I suppose. If we just throw an iron in there. Map view again. Fine, a rare iron then. 1 second, huh? Oh, that is actually very nice. So the crafting time of the crafting speed of a smelting recipe is 3.2 seconds, but the crafting speed of this rare machine is 3.2. So that just does 1 per second. That is very convenient. These use a lot of power though, especially when productivity modules up. Let's check it out, the difference. 324 kilowatts, basically 330 kilowatts against 45-ish. That's basically an extra solar panel per smelter if we want to go productivity. And it doesn't just cost the solar panel. More than a solar panel extra. About a solar panel extra. It's not only about the solar panel, of course, it's also about those 9 tiles under the solar panel. Another 180 steel per solar panel. But maybe we can think about that. In that case, we would need 1/9 more furnaces. Let's first figure out the speed for this one. 2300. So the absolute minimum we need is 2304 iron ore per minute. So we just divided by 60. We need to process 38.4 iron ore a second. So 38.4 furnaces. Due to variance, I'd probably better build like 40 furnaces. And we'll probably build those in 2 lines. To save space, we can use belt weaving. That's a valid thing. But I cannot do belt weaving because yellow belts are too slow for this setup. Okay, so we don't do belt weaving. I have a feeling the interface is still bigger than it used to be. That's okay, we have small numbers going on. So the plan, yeah, I'm gonna probably use rare quality as much as possible in space for things that take up space on the platform. I now built all of those. I sent up the asteroid collectors already. We cannot afford rare asteroid collectors or uncommon ones, not really because of the electric engines, unless we spend a lot of time making them. But I think the space platform will just do as designed now with the common asteroid collectors. If I build more dedicated iron platforms, I probably want to optimize like making asteroid collectors a bit. I can spend all my uncommon resources in a specific chain to make uncommon electric engines and uncommon blue chips and all that kind of stuff that you need to make the asteroid collectors. That's gonna put a pretty decent dent in my copper. This is like 2/3 copper. This is over 2/3 copper. This is mostly iron, but in raw quantity of resources, this is super expensive. This is pretty expensive. This is, well, that's okay. So yeah, there's a very big copper rock, which is good because we've just increased quality copper smelting by a stupid amount. Looks like we have a purpose now. If I can just turn all of that uncommon copper into uncommon asteroid collectors, we can probably save on asteroid collectors and make the entire thing slightly more UPS efficient for the long run and all that kind of good stuff. So that's probably something we want to do. For now though, this is the amount of furnaces we want. Let's put them over there. So we're getting there. And this is the amount of ice and carbon crushers we want. This produces 5 a second. I actually need not 5 a second. Let's also update this number then. Divide by 182. Okay, that's basically 3 per second. So I can get away with normal quality inserters for that, for the carbon. These will take out 3.6 per second, so that is fast enough. Maybe I should Maybe I should consider these, but quality ones. I forgot what rotation speeds they have. It's like uncommon ones are already fast enough. Those pick up 1.1 item a second, so it's 3.3 a second. If I do this, it saves a bit of space, perhaps, depending on how the entire build is gonna look. Because here it's likely that we'll also need these 3 tiles with the platform. What about rare? I could just research fast and inserter. Maybe I should. I'll think about it. 484 degrees a second. Is that enough? Might be enough. That is... No, 2.68 a second, so 2 rare inserters won't do it. They won't take 3 a second. But 3 uncommon ones will. I suppose, let's just convince myself. Probably an uncommon, well, a single uncommon fast inserter is already enough to take out 3 carbon a second. 1123. That takes 3.1 all by itself, at uncommon quality even. Not even the maximum speed possible. So perhaps what I really should consider is this. That means I have to research fast inserter anyway to unload the silo at the speeds and quantities of iron I eventually want to send down. Yeah. We need some byproduct handling as well. We'll design that later on. That's fairly simple. Ice. That generates 2.28 ice cubes. Five carbon, 2.28 ice cubes. That's only 2 normal. Two normal inserters. We can do it the other way around. 2.28 times 360. Need a rotation speed in total of 820 degrees a second. So if we look at these, we can do 2 rare normal inserters for the same effect then, I suppose. So that's also put that option in the cards. And then again, a smart person would just use a standard quality fast inserter. I think we have to research fast inserter before going for the space platform. It just makes sense. That is all we need. One inserter. This actually might make sense. We need to take out 10 per second here. So 3600 degrees. I think 3 fast inserters can do that actually. Uh, 1200 degrees a second for 3 inserters. So it could be 3 rare fast inserters instead. Because this requires quite a bit of infrastructure, really. Kind of have to figure out exactly how, but that is kind of the minimum. Maybe it has to be flipped, depending on which side of the belt these guys put stuff. I think it is this one. But this is like 12 tiles, whereas this is already 12 tiles just for the belt and the inserters, and another 6 tiles. So this thing is 120 steel more expensive in terms of the landfill tiles than this one is. It's probably worth it to go fast inserter and make some quality ones for those as well. And we probably are able to get away with a setup like this then, instead of having to merge it like so. Just have the asteroid belt come by, put the asteroids back, etc. I think that is going to be better. I'm going to keep this option around for now, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to go fast inserter for that. Right? That is the crushing. That's basically everything. Just we'll have this belt coming in, which is now getting destroyed. To the center somewhere. That's a pretty long belt still. So then we actually need to lay it out. We can override the save now. Just let me read the chat a little bit, because I'm getting kinda sucked into this project again here. But this is what we have now. Okay, ominous music. Can we have something a little bit more happy? Alright, let's read back all my mistakes in chat. Researching fast inserters is a lot more expensive than 120 steel. I guess you got a point. But if I want to unload, I could unload with bots, but that's also not free. If I want to unload from the landing pad, I can unload like 7 red bells of iron. Only if I research stack inserters, basically. Without stack inserters, I'll be limited to like 3.5 bells. I need some space for cargo base, 2 tiles, and 2 tiles for space signs. So I have 28 tiles left over to place inserters. Now I guess I have bots to supplement that, so we could do a bit more. But inserters are going to be good. We've had a fun run, the long-handed inserter and me. We've had 230 hours of fun. But I think it is finally time to get its smaller brother, who's somehow still better than him. We do need to filter some of these. Maybe we can just design this then, right now. So we want to load space signs on here, as well as iron plates. That is basically all. It would be good if space signs were stacked onto the side somewhere. And we're going to have to design a special iron platform anyway, so maybe we'll just deal with it. If we go for productivity furnaces, I just realized we need a bit more. Can I do this again? 2304 divided by 60. That is 38.4 furnaces. These go at crafting speed 0.9. No. So I need 43 furnaces. 44 at least for the variance in... I mean, I guess the asteroids could back up a little bit, but I think it's better if I overbuild a little. 44 instead of 40. The thing is, maybe it's worth it to use productivity modules not so much for the resource gain, but just for the performance gain. I'll get out more iron for the same performance if I use these, because basically this entire platform, almost all of the performance issues are in simulating these asteroids, as far as I understand at the moment. Unloading via spilling. I did play the kill biters for resources mod, where that is basically the entire gimmick. You kill biters, they drop iron. You don't have iron patches, you need to kill biters to get iron. It's horrible to get started because you need to spend iron to kill the biters. And it was not a good return rate. But that also required on spilling the ore onto the belts and ferrying it out that way. I think though you would need, so even if you have like bot carry capacity upgrades where they take 4 plates at a time, that doesn't apply if they pick up items from the ground. And they can only pick up 1. Okay, you got me thinking. We gotta test this right now. Factorio has a mechanic in there. Let me switch the key back to normal size for this. Can I do automatic? Okay, there we are. Tryouts, tests. We can use the 8 belting that is running. The wonderful, horrible 27,000 tile line design. Let's go nostalgic one more time. Here we got it. This is the design with rare stack inserters with stack size 2. I just needed the stack size of 2, which you get by researching stack inserter. You can get stack bonus on fast inserters as well, of course, but that requires you to first unlock the bulk inserter before you can get the actual stack bonus. So yeah, potato potato or something, right? Ananas, ananas. What is the word again? Tomato, tomato, that's the one. Ananas, ananas, where does that come from? Anyway, right. So why is this design cool? I have got to show it off every time I load it. It's cool because you get the asteroid storm at the edge, which is just insane. If I just put this on the break screen, people who join the stream at that very moment will definitely call me a cheater, because they didn't get this many asteroids around Norvis. I must have done something with the spawn rates. Yeah, so spilling stuff. Let's try it out. I'm gonna cut that. I'm just gonna go somewhere new, like here. Oh, I'm still on the map. Okay, this has the entire map still. If we surround this in belts, and I need to be quick. Let's just try this. There's a maximum range for the spill rate. Let's see if it actually spills on the belt. I would definitely consider this, if this works. The problem is though, I cannot control what spills where. That is a kind of an issue. Alright, so this is gonna fill up real quick. And once it fills up, it should spill. But will it spill on the belt or will it not? Because I noticed it does avoid areas where there is already stuff. But are belts included or not? That is the big question here. We'll find out very soon. 8 belts of iron is a lot. Let's see what happens. That's the last one. Now it will overflow for sure. No spills. So I noticed before, if there is no space to spill, now it will get here. Yeah, you see, there it gets. It's also marked for deconstruction upon spilling. So the only way to do this is with bots, which kind of defeats the purpose. Ah, that is sad. That is sad. So in Kill Biters for resources, the ore would drop around the nest and it would eventually spill onto the bells as well. It looks like now the bells are ignored. And once you get beyond a certain spawn range, there's a maximum range to how far these items can fall. Looks like it's this. So yeah, unfortunately that looks like we cannot do that. That would have been awesome. It might have even been the best way to do that. Can you pick up spills with inserters? That's a good question. Looks like they don't. If I unblock it, then they will pick it up. But looks like if it's blocked, they won't. Alright, so rip the dream. No spill overflow. That would have been cool. How about if you like make tiny gaps in the belt? It gets marked for deconstruction anyway, so there's not much I can do about that. And none of it moves onto the belt, even if it's unmarked for deconstruction. Alright, rip the dream. Rip the dream. Okay, now we're gonna get like 20 billion drop pods. Let's just see how many drop pods we can accumulate here. During the rest of the test. Alright, there is no test. We're on a different save now. That is sad. Alright. Back to the actual save. That was a great idea though. I wonder how it works though. I think the devs are breaking a lot of mods now. So if this doesn't work anymore, then Kill Biters for Resources mod is dead. Warptorio just got destroyed by the latest update, where assemblers and stuff can no longer benefit from beacon modules if the recipe cannot take that module by itself, which means the productivity modules in the warp beacon will no longer affect the entire underground factory. So that's another sad moment. I guess the warp module is still there, but that's ultimate late game stuff. Right, designing stuff. Yeah, a really very heavy Dutch accent. I'm from a province where we even don't speak Dutch very well. The southern tip province, which just dangles on to the country by a bit. Second. Open the coffee. Okay. At some point, spots start crashing into each other. Alright, okay, so then stuff gets destroyed as well. Can inserters take stuff out of drop pods? That is a great question. I don't have anything here, so it should drop somewhere over here. There we go. But that would destroy a lot of stuff though. Let's see. Does it fit here? It does have an interaction box though. Is it probabilistic? This will work. Oh man. But this is an infinite car. This is better than cargo base. Cargo base only can fit a certain amount of inserters, right? I bet you this works. I hate the map view editor mode. Why is this stuff not available in map view in editor mode? It should be. There we go. Yes. And it just falls, right? Alright, so can we do something with this then, huh? Can we do something with that? So if we don't have a cargo bay at all, we need to get rid of the spaceship then, I suppose. We're not gonna get rid of the spaceship, but maybe we get rid of all of these other parts then. Spaceship is gonna be a hard no. Okay, we're gonna have to load the... we have a dream now. Now we have a dream. We're gonna have to load the 8 belt thing. At least this 27,000 tile wide abomination does have some purpose, right? We can use it for testing because it's the only running version I've got of something which drops 8 red belts of iron. It does have some function. I'm happy with that. Alright. Back to normal speed. Norvies. Okay, we don't have a cargo bay. We don't have any of this. What's this? Again, I'm in map view. Happy stuff. Alright, so let's just first speed up time and just see how far these things actually land. It looks to be like a chunk width. And will they actually crash into each other? That's question number 2. If we build something, we'll only land on free space. I guess we can test it out at the same time. We'll probably need to design like some sort of system with underground belts and inserters, where the drop pods can then land in between. They're all like, I don't know, it looks like they were avoiding some spots. It does look like a circular distance. Looks like the spaceship is spared. Or maybe if it lands on the spaceship, it does seem like it's just pushed to... If this is rolled, it does seem like it's pushed like right next to it, because this is a suspiciously rectangular pattern here. It also looks like the inner circle is avoided. Okay, we can do something with this. Okay, there we go. We get something out of that. We haven't seen a drop pod crash into another one yet. Yeah, we might be onto something. Because you can only place one cargo bay per planet. The question is though, how am I gonna drop space signs to my planet at an acceptable rate? Again, for now, where is this blinking? There is a blinking, switch off blinking stuff. I never switched it off really. Graphics maybe. Yeah, this one. So that is kind of nice for if you don't like the blinking. When you speed up game more. Because this platform which I made is hugely UPS inefficient. I've got nothing on screen. The novice is gone. I only have this platform. It is abysmal. It is why we are abandoning this design. It is just not plausible to keep that going. Let's add some again. Let's add some loaders and infinity chests at the end. So these spaces actually get freed up, and maybe we'll see that these spaces, it doesn't seem to be probabilistic. I think it prefers, it doesn't randomly choose a location, it randomly chooses a free location. That is what I think is happening. Okay, let's upgrade to bulk inserters. And we'll give ourselves like some stack bonuses. So it goes a bit faster. Yeah, let's see how long it takes for this to get replaced. Kinda running out of space. Okay, that's one tile off, I think. There's still plenty of space. There's already 238 pots waiting to be done. That's like a 250,000 iron sitting around here. Okay, there we go. That's another one. Now, can we do something with this? Oh, this is... No. I already see where this is going. I have an episode to make. I haven't even started yet on the next one. It's been a week because of the whole space platform stuff. This looks like a project that could just about take another week. All by itself, which is not great. Okay, second one. I mean, if it... What is the max range here? Let's switch on the actual grid. $11, $12, $13, $14, $15. I suppose like, I would say 16 tiles, but it's already over 16 tiles. We definitely have something weird going on around the spaceship. This is way too convenient. I think once... Was that a crash? I would suppose you get a notification if something crashes. I haven't actually seen any pod get destroyed yet. Is this just gonna go, like, is there like a spawn area, like a donut shaped spawn area, but when it's full, it's just going to branch out and branch inwards? Because it looks like this area is now getting filled, whereas in the beginning it was not getting filled at all. It looks like we're gonna get totally filled up now. That was a different sound. I was not paying attention. Did anybody see a pod get destroyed? A pod land on top of each other? We're gonna have a million. These are like some pretty efficient chests, man. I don't know how many can land per tile here. It has some promise here. It definitely has some promise. We can probably manipulate the areas where they land. Okay, I gotta make a save here. A different named save. No. No landing pad is the best landing pad. Oh, this would be stupid if this works. It's also probably gonna get patched, so maybe I should not invest the time into this then. And also you will have to look at this notification for the rest of the game, which is also annoying. Yeah, we're definitely just getting fully filled up now, that is for sure. I could just let this run overnight and just see how far it places the pots out. At some point there's probably a limit, just like the iron spill overflow thing. But yeah, this was definitely being avoided at the beginning and now it's just filling up. You can see where the last ones landed actually. Actually pretty clustered in the center at this point. Although the center is now pretty full. Check P menu for destruction start. I don't think they'll show up in here. The spilled iron is just deleted as well. Without notification. I mean, they would be crashing into each other way more often right now. I know these things can kill you, right? When you stay under them. Alright, there's 2 free spaces. In the prime zone. Maybe it's not prime zone. It was like a donut shape. Maybe this is prime zone. This is definitely a situation where we do want to use long-handed. Because those have a way more... You can use like a stack of 2 of them and they have like a way bigger area of influence. And it appears that it's gonna take a while for new ones to land anyway. Oh god. Yeah, I think we need to start working on the design. Let's just save this. I can... Oh god, here we go again. Double digits even, huh? To optimize this though, we would need to get rid of the spaceship. That's blasphemy. Alright, let's delete all of this. We'll first need to decide where they land. What's the prime landing locations? So they were avoiding an inner circle. I would say if I was a programmer, it's probably 8 tiles. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 16 tiles here, but this one is overshooting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe 12 tiles. 12? That's 12. Here's definitely more. Maybe they're centered around the spaceship. They were not centered around the spaceship. That's BS. Maybe this one still got launched when it was pretty full. It's an outlier. Let's delete the outliers. 16. Place an edge of 12. Okay, now maybe it's centered around spaceship location. I don't know, it does seem centered around 00. Let's save this as 01. Let's take a look. Where is this the central blob? They don't show up in the deconstruction panel or the copy paste. It does seem... Is there a bias to the left? Does seem a bias to the left. Is there a bias to the south? Am I seeing things? Bias from the ship in the way. Maybe. Alright. Save that. Alright, no ship in the way. At this point, we could speed up the game much more if I just deleted the platform and spawned in the iron. On the other hand, let's hold off on that. I think we can see the pattern, roughly. Again, this one landed within the 8 tiles. I'm supposing the ghosts don't do anything. It's probably better if I do everything in ghosts. Right, dat was een 2. It does seem, okay, it does seem pretty good donut around this area. So we've got a circular pattern going. Circular pattern. With the spaceship out of the way, the bias is gone indeed. The spaceship is the bias. I've got one problem though. Here is my science area with the labs. Then here is a spaceship which I don't really want to delete. Yeah. Let's just let those land a bit. We can try to design something out here. I need a circle generator to do the optimal thing. We can just approximate this by being a square, right? So here it lands. You know what? I never use this stuff. Let's use some concrete. This is probably one of the valid uses for hazard concrete. Avoids building. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna manipulate the places where it can spawn. I just want to design something square first, I think. Oh, that is horrible. Right. if we overlay this, the edges, yeah, if we block the rest off, something like this, we can reach in here and in here. So that is in reach. That's why I went with the 4 wide. We can reach inside with the inserters. I didn't consider the edges here though, so that's kind of a flaw in the design. I guess those will fill up with capsules and the capsules will just stay there. But technically this should be possible. So we are basically just blocking everything with inserters, then blocking everything with bells. Right? We do need some, at least the blue undergrounds to fully make use of this though. But it is possible. We can at least use one edge. We can just let the inside fill up as well, because we won't have blue bells for forever, basically. We need a tile grid to see what we're doing. I think this is gonna work pretty well actually. Let's also just despawn everything. Once it gets away, we need space for some power. Technically we can have rare substations if we really want. What about rare of these ones? I suppose we can just do this. That will actually not have any effect on anything whatsoever. That would power all of that except the 2 outer ones. We need to block that off anyway. Let's just first go with a design only around the outside, because that's practically what I can do at the moment. Alright. And then we just need to block off the other landing spots with anything at all, really. Which means just probably just gonna fill the area with chests or something. It's gotta be something I can walk over. Underground pipes, perhaps. They don't have a hitbox anymore. Okay, let's save the nice pattern making for later. Now we just want something that fills up the area. Alright. Oh, I hope it blocks the landing pads as well then. Okay, that's pretty decent. Then we just need to despawn all of the ore. Let's do that at the end of the chunk. Okay, we got sidetracked real bad this end of the stream. I guess the actual design of the space platform will be for next time, but this is just too interesting of an opportunity to pass up. Let's actually not remove items from there. Alright, I think the test is ready. We'll make a blueprint off of this. Chunk aligned. Oh yeah, we are ready to test this, man. We need power though. Yeah, we can power this manually. Alright. Oh, I forgot to do the concrete square. Okay, let's test it out. Did I mess it up? Almost. Alright. Are you ready? This is the moment. Oh god. I'm not sure if I'm hoping this works or if I'm hoping this does not work, because I kinda fear the consequences if this works. Oh, they're landing on the belts, huh? Well, that was unforeseen. At least they don't destroy the belts. Right. I guess I would fill up the inside with some stuff too. Yeah, let's not fill it up with belts then. Let's fill it up with chests. I suppose if I don't use the inside for now, I should actually fill this up completely. So then probably what I want to do is I want to offload on undergrounds and also block the other area. They do not seem to land on underground pipes. Wait, is stuff getting destroyed or am I crazy? $400 chests are here. I probably did something myself. Oh god. We are opening a whole new cans of worms here, man. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We need to upgrade. This is bad. I don't want to do this. Oh god. Oh, we already have the rare ones, alright. Yeah, it's working. Are we keeping up? I think these landing those should keep up, right? Unlike the landing pad, which needs cargo bays and stuff. Yeah, it's just shooting. There is no inventory here. When it fills up, it shoots. So we can get the full 8 red belts of production and more out of here. It just launches it. It just drops to the ground. Infinite production, infinite storage capacity as well. Like in the other save, we basically had like already collected over 250,000 of resources on the ground. Try to fit that in your cargo bay. Oh. Oh god. I want to see the skills thing on max speed. Okay, you're right. Okay, we're gonna save here. This is... I think this is save 01 then. We did this one for the population test. Now we blocked the center. We can probably draw more from this even. If we just make more chests around the outside, we can even draw like 256 or like 512 rare and Certus World of resources from those belts. Looks like kinda messed up a bit. The blueprint. I don't think I'm gonna perfect it now. Let's go here. We'll delete this platform. It takes 5 minutes for the platform to be deleted. So let's try to speed up the game. See, the game still won't run faster than 200 UPS because the platform is still there for 5 minutes. Let's go here instead. Oh, Vulcanist music is perfect for this monstrosity that we are creating. Alright. I suppose we'll just do... Should we do... Yeah, let's go max speed. Oh, man. There's gonna be unrealistic... Again, unrealistic levels of production. A red belt is 30 items a second divided by 864 multiplied by 60. Multiplied by hand size of 12. No, that is wrong. Okay, there goes the space platform. We've suddenly sped up to great speeds. This is wrong. 30 items a second times 360 degrees. Divided by 12, which is the hand size. 12, which is the hand size. 900 degrees a second. Okay, so this... Every inserter here basically is a red belt. Almost. Yeah, we gotta set this 0. Let's amp it up. That is 32 red belts of production. And it's keeping up without cargo base. Let's check back on Norvis. This is not gonna go well. I think the red inserters won't be able to keep up anymore. Let's speed it up. I think we're pretty soon gonna have drop pods falling outside. Looks like the one that fell on the belt was an anomaly. Maybe it was launched and then I then when it was empty and I put the belt there before it actually landed. The only thing is we cannot actually see the production numbers. Because nothing is being produced. I'm spawning everything in. This is working way too well, guys. This is not good for my sanity. Are they landing on top of each other? Yeah, it looks like, and they're not getting destroyed. Look at these two symbols. They are basically on top of each other without getting destroyed. So it doesn't appear they collide and get destroyed. Okay, they're starting to land outside of the zone now, so it looks like the zone is kind of full. Alright. I guess we can still test the throughput limits of this, but I would need to build a proper blueprint here. Okay, they do seem to ignore the pipes, and I can walk on pipes. So I think we'll continue the pipe pattern. Let's fix the missing one here. This is 24 chests. I also want to try to make it bigger, but I suppose we'll leave that for another time. Okay, so now if this is now fixed, copy this, rotate it, copy this, rotate it, I should be able to super force the rest of this thing into obedience. We do need a space for the electric energy accumulator. Not really matter where, I suppose. Of course, again. Alright. I should have done this before. Can I read from infinity chest actually? Yeah, we can. Alright, so that is fine. We can do like 10 minutes of production and then read how much iron is in the chest to see how well this works. Let's put some legendary power lines around it. A blinky blink check. As if I mouse over one thing, everything blinks. Right? Yeah, this is definitely not keeping up anymore. Stop the time, I suppose. Okay, stuff has stopped falling outside. So now we'll throw this in. It's probably going to be save number 2. I'm not sure when I should do the production test. I suppose we can just look every minute and write it down instead. So we have to do 3600 ticks, it's already set on that. For every time, and then we just read the result and put it in a display panel, our new favorite toys. Alright, result number 1, 13k in the first minute. That is 8 red bells of iron already. And that was before anything really landed. I get a little bit scared how this is gonna go. 10, 20, I don't know how much we're gonna do. Probably not 30, but let's go anyway. What the F is this? That is a good question, sir. That is a good question. I didn't even know myself what the F we're doing right here. Alright. 53k. Okay, so the second minute was 40k. Let's just do the progression. That was 40k iron in a minute. Is it even possible? These now have hand size 3. Alright, yeah, that's true. So 1 inserter. What is the theoretical maximum here? Let's do another minute. You have how many inserters? 192. Okay, that's a lot. 192 inserters with hand size 3. With a rotation speed of 691. Those are going to be able to fork 1100 iron per second onto a belt. Actually, a little bit less. Let's say 1000 iron per second. So 60,000 iron per second is the rough maximum that these can do. It takes a bit longer because they need to put the iron onto belt. And it takes a bit for the plates to move out of the way and for the hand to empty. So I'm going to say 60k iron a minute is possible from this setup. 97k on the next minute. So this minute was actually still more. 40k, this was 44k. 44k a minute. Okay. 147k, we're up to 50k a minute. $50k a minute, that is... So basically my base now is using roughly 15,000 iron a minute for the first for red, green and blue signs. It is 19.5 yellow bells. Before productivity bonus, so it's actually less. But just for the sake of argument, about 17.5k iron before productivity to make 900 SPM. We are making 900 SPM. We have productivity in some parts, but I think it's roughly correct. We're already gathering 3 times that amount just from space right now. 199k, this was a 52k minute, we're still going up. Let's mark the differences on here. 40k. 44k. I wonder what it maxes out at. Then it was 50k. And now it's plus 52k, so we're still going in the upward trend. We haven't seen a single minute which was less than the last one. I think this is also possible since we saw that they spawn further and further away. I think you can make maybe you can make the chest square in the middle like 2x2 chunks, for instance. Doesn't need to be chests. It can be like pipes probably. They cost only 1 iron each instead of 8 steel. And then you can just do this area around there. And maybe that would work as well. I think that I'm gonna test this still and then I'm gonna go to sleep. I've already been going. It's already 1 o'clock. It was not the plan to go this long. 252k here. I think we are approaching the maximum here. Like we said, the maximum was and this was a 53k minute. Alright, another minute. 305k. Still going up. And that was 48. Another 53k minute. Maybe we've approached the max. I think that's a pretty decent sample size already, to be honest. That is wrong. I can just copy that. The question is, how much am I ferrying in here? I forgot. This was 8 red bells of iron approximately, so it's 32 red bells of iron. It's a little bit less. Okay, I'm only sending 57k down. So that is maybe where the current maximum is also coming from. I can make another platform like this. Simple enough. There we go. And because actually we see that we were kind of keeping up, there is no pods really landing anywhere else just yet. You know what, let's actually not do that. I'm gonna save first. Uh, 53k iron a minute. Easy. Oh, this is just stupid. I don't even need to research fast and service for this. That's the most stupid part. Alright. Let's try this with the bigger one. We are not reading the chests though. Oh, we are. Actually, they are connected. We just need to connect them. Do they reach? No. That should all be connected. This is so large. I need a different save for this one. And we're gonna need more platforms. Display panels. Let's copy those. And we're gonna need more land for that. Our starter lake is in the way. Alright. Let's not use the display panels. Let me move that out of the way. I gotta go on the spawn. There is a tile grid. Yeah, I pasted that correctly. Right. Let's see if some chests get broken now that these are still in the air and landing. This is probably not very good for vision. It's very annoying to look at. Let's use pipes. I did not block any of the spawn area. Oh, I did. Actually, this is we are reaching in here, so I should leave this open actually. Alright though. That is 512 rare inserters with hand size 3 and rotation speed of 691 degrees a second. They can take almost 3000 iron a second, or like 177k a minute. If I would put this into boxes and then just transfer it out that way until I can, with pots maybe or something, I don't know. We can do that. Let's see. This is the next test. Test number 3. Let's first see if these pots break the pipes. They just land in the middle. Suppose they will start, yeah, here. Oh, look at that, yes. We have not gone over the maximum limit just yet, and I forgot to put accumulators down. Okay. This is the good moment though, to start a test. Delete everything. No, I need more. We need more platforms. We don't have the... just don't have the input to get rid of all of that. This is at least 4 times as big. Uh, 32 red bells iron times 4. That should be 4 platforms should be enough. That is insane. These have stack size 12 as well. That is way more than I will have in my playthrough. Okay, I think we're ready for the test. Are you ready for the test though? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm ready for the test really. Oh god. Why? Why can the game be broken like this? Okay, here we go. We'll do it minute by minute. And I again effed up with the... It's the first minute though, it's not too important. How did I miss this? Alright. First minute is broken. Right, now it even reaches out to the power line there. Okay, first minute is still running, I suppose. Unless I messed up in some other way. We can reset again. Maybe we'll reset again. Pause time. Reset. Save. And minute by minute, let's go. I'm a little bit scared what this will end up to be. Are we abusing features again? I don't know. Oh, this chest not actually connected. I think the chests are not connected to each other. Yeah, something is not connected. Alright, the middle chests here are not connected. It should be an easy fix. There is no limit to this, man. There is no limit to this. I read 21k. See if we read 21k on every line, then we know they're all connected. 21k, a mild start, of course. Twitch restarted again. Ah, god. And we've been going for quite a while. Okay, bitrate is jumping all over the place. It went from 20 megabytes a second to 0 to 6. It should be 6. Stabilize on 6, please. Second minute, 63k. These values should ramp up pretty fast. That is 42k. Suppose the first minute was 21k, so second minute was double. It might take a bit longer to stabilize this this version. There's a strange bias in where the things are landing. And that's because of the circular thing. So these corners are gonna fill up first. I wonder why this corner is largely ignored though. Largely, entirely ignored. For some reason. Maybe we are reaching some kind of limit. But look, these are all stacking on top of each other. Okay. Minute 3, 106k iron. It's insane, man. These production levels are off the charts. That is 43k. So I think we need to wait a bit until the landing pods spread out a bit. Alright, so maybe we need to adhere more to the circular form if we want to go this large. 153k. Which is another 43k. No, it's more. It's 47k. Thanks Odium for the 500 bits again. I didn't even see that. Twitch restarted again, yeah. Bit annoying today, not really super stable bitrate. At least the neighbors stopped drilling as soon as I started streaming. So that is something. 200k. Okay, was not speeding up anymore. That's another 47. If it's another 47, we'll just skip a couple minutes ahead and see if stuff changes. Gotta make sure these chests don't fill up. We still have a lot of time. 250. Okay, we're going up again. Then let's note it down. 252k. That is a whopping 52k iron per minute. This is per minute, right? 52,000 iron per minute is falling from the sky. Oh god. Gotta take a look at the space platforms as well. 309k. That is 57k. I think this is just saturating still. Let's just go forward by a lot before we do another minute. Alright, let's pause. Read level. 664k. We gotta go not over 1 million because then the accuracy drops. Then we'll do another minute. It's not as good of a coverage. We need to do the Minecraft circle generator thing in Factorio, it appears. And we've got 716. Okay, that's not it's not increasing. 716k. That is a difference. 36, 46, 52k, which we already saw before. So let's actually just play, and then we'll watch the space platforms. What's going on? I'm an idiot. All of them. No, that's the limit basically. That's the limit of one platform. Alright, we gotta do it over again then. So we'll just give those platforms a time to drop their pots a bit. I need to reset the chests here. Okay, now we're getting some... The belts are actually filling up better now. Maybe we do not need to restock the chests. We can continue from the... Look at the amount of droppers falling from the sky, it's just insane. The intended way. Yeah, we're gonna soon be landing on areas where we should not be landing. Now we're at 1.1 million. I can simply delete the infinity chests and infinity chests only. And then just play a minute. Let's go 1 minute. So we start from 0. That's beautiful. Okay, I want predictions in chat. How many K for this minute. I'm a bit late with my prediction asking, but just spam the first number that comes to mind. Yeah, I think the output could double with blue undergrounds, but given that I should have tested it at my tech level without the stack size 3 and stuff, but I don't know. Looks like the first ones are starting to land outside, so we are, like predicted, we cannot keep up with production. Did I actually do the minute or did I press the play button? Oh, it looks like I pressed the minute. 130 for 20k, nice. 300k and 192k. You have like serious predictions. The answer is 154k. Do we've got a winner? 150k is the closest, I think. Congratulations, Cirque04. All you needed to do was add the number from your name to your prediction and you would have been spot on. Missed opportunity. Looks like on the Twitch side we've also got a couple 150k's. So congratulations as well. Null opt and disused. 154k iron a minute. That is enough for 1k SPM of all Norwegian science packs, I'm pretty sure. $150k iron a minute. Currently I'm doing what, 17.5k? I can calculate it. I'm currently doing 17.5k. Yellow and purple signs are approximately 3 times blue. And this together is it's almost half of a yellow science pack, so we get this times 5. So we will be doing, this is a rough number, but let's say 90,000 iron a minute. If we also automate yellow and purple signs at 1k SPM. And we are drawing almost double that from the sky at the moment. Of course, a slightly unrealistic setup, but is it really though? I think though if I would generate this much iron from the sky, I definitely won't be running at 60 UPS anymore. My platforms do... Let's do another minute. Got 154. My platforms do like 2,500 iron a minute at best. So if we need 90k, I would need to have 36 individual platforms up, which is probably a bit much. All of the ones of the big size, the 1200 by 400, to spawn enough asteroids to make that happen. Who needs cargo base anyway? I told you I was gonna build a base without those cargo base. Well, I didn't tell you these things, the cargo base. I told you I was not gonna need them. What I didn't tell you is that I wasn't gonna need a landing pad. I didn't even know it myself. This is very tempting though to implement, just because of how weird it is. It is a giant build though. We can go with the smaller variant we had in the first save though, just the one which takes the actual circle and draws from there. Maybe slightly larger. We got a look. Okay, 154k, now we're at 310. So that's pretty consistent. 310k. So we added 156k this minute, which is roughly the same. 1.5% off the last minute. Okay, this is dumb. Okay, we have then a landing pad 2. This is an acceptable size, which I could maybe physically implement in my base. 53k a minute, that's already... Let's actually load up my save and see how that fits. We also got the even smaller one. Oh no, this is just this was just the population test. Let's just look at it. Yeah, there's nothing much to see here. Let's actually load my save. After we went into editor design mode. So, get to Novis. Okay, this is not my actual save. We need the actual save. With Planet Novis. So I would need to paste that thing over here in the center, because here is where all the science falls. It's slightly annoying since I just built my, not only the labs are here and the spaceship, but also my rocket silos and the rocket silo infrastructure. So that is not great. And we cannot choose the location like we can with the cargo landing pad, because if we have this thing, now we are limited to the capsules which are able to fall inside here. It is tempting though. This thing is, yeah, that's gonna be pretty large. And I would need more space even to redistribute all the iron and whatnot. You can choose if you fill in all the empty tiles near spawn. And I would have to do a test on how far away those capsules can land. Is there a maximum or no? I guess we can do that real quick. We don't need to actually empty the bells. We just need to... Yeah, we can just load this one. This already has a big plop in the center. Okay, let's go. I should just make a chunk-based blueprint. Okay, this is 4x4 tiles. Let's see if they start. They still land to the side of that. Actually starting in the corner. Let's speed it up. Okay, we're gonna need that blueprint on the bar. Okay, how far can we go? 6x6 tiles. Can we force it? It can go like 3 chunks away from spawn. Is there a limit? I'm not sure how much extra calculation this will. Okay, the game is already not really liking me anymore. Oh god, zoom in. Alright, looks like it is maybe possible. Something was really slowing down though. Alright, this is too much then. We're exactly at the edge. As soon as I go this distance, the game slows down to a crawl. But this distance apparently is fine. Ish. No, I think there's just a... Yeah, wait. I know what's going on. It's not fine. This method sucks for UPS because all of these cargo pods, they are searching for a place to land, each individually from the center out, checking every single tile in this entire... So they're each checking at least like 30k tiles before they find a suitable place to land, which is not great probably. And once we went to this size, it started to be very noticeable. They started each checking over 60,000 possible landing locations. Every single one of these pods coming down was checking 64,000 possible landing locations. You can see the UPS already bumping. So yeah, we should probably not go infinitely far from spawn. Far from spawn kills UPS. Okay, that's a valuable lesson. So that means if we want to pull off this trick, we probably have to do that at spawn, really. Not further off than like 4 chunks. Because even if each of these, we're getting like 10 pods a second here. If they each check 2,000 landing locations, that's 20,000 checks per second, which is great. Factorio is an incredibly optimized game, but there was no reason to optimize pathfinding for landing pods like this ever before. So I cannot... There is no... I mean, you cannot... You cannot even... you cannot expect this to be optimized, and you can also not report this as a bug and ask them to please optimize this. This is just way out of the area for... Now they start to come in here. Now I can probably do this. Because there's spaces around here. And when these fill up, we're gonna have a lag fest again. So now I can probably speed up the game. Yeah, you see here, this is the difference. That's the difference. Okay, and now this is full and the UPS drops to 0. Because now the game is trying to find spaces over here. See if I can quickly restore UPS, maybe. Okay, so I can, but now it's at 120 UPS instead of 1000 UPS. So this is definitely a bad idea. Alright. Let's not torture the game any longer. I think we've done enough today. Oh god. I so want to do this now. But this also has a... This is still going to be a long game. Let's load the actual end of stream save here. Because I think we're right about at this point now. I really want to do it, but do I really want to do it at the cost of... I mean, my lab area has been here from the start. And it's a mechanic that causes, like, if you don't do that spawn, it causes UPS to suffer severely. Of course, in that other world we didn't have anything else except the cargo base coming from space which spawned in iron, and you saw how it tanked. And its behavior that is likely to get changed or at least fixed in some way once the dev team gets a hold of this. I think this is an exploit they will not... Like, I think they won't let it stay in the game. It's already weird to me that these spots interact with inserters at all, since it's kinda random where they land, and you cannot really plan for it. Why would inserters be able to interact with them? It's probably the easiest fix for the dev team. They would just change it so that inserters no longer interact with those drop pods, in the same way that they don't interact with Spidertrons. So, not really sure if I should be relying and go with my entire... change my entire base just to use this exploit, which might get fixed in the next update. And this is going to be a long game, and there's going to be probably dozens of versions still to come, with all kinds of bug fixes and improvements, or even more military science discounts, you never know. So, I probably should not go for this in this run. But I'll have a think about it. If I somehow can convince myself to do it, we can do it. I do update my game. I have updated already a couple times. I do have the new cheaper military science recipe, for instance, and a ton of bugs, especially in regarding to that underground bell dragon got fixed in the meantime. So it is nice to have those fixes. And it is nice to have the cheaper red ammo recipe as well. Unfortunately, I didn't have it in the early game when I needed it the most. But we have it now. How about making a hole in the space platform while you can? I cannot though. Earliest... Okay, I don't need atomic bomb for that. Which is definitely out of the question. I would need nuclear power for that, which is slightly out of the question, I suppose. I've got uranium mining. It's like... It's one rocket silo worth of research as a deviation, and that took me 17 hours, so... 17 hours to blow a hole in the space platform. I think I'll just keep it at my pseudo holes. I've really... We can just make it look like a hole. There's a hole? That counts as a hole. Now it kinda still looks like a hole, but we can probably like put some stuff on top of that with some height, like an accumulator or something. Or like an EM plant later on. No EM plant. Foundry? Okay, looks like this stuff is not as high as I thought. Lightning tower. Cannot be built on surface without lightning. Why can I not build a lightning tower there anyway? I can be paranoid. I'd close. This is a hole in my platform. Enough hole for me. Can long inserters actually bridge? I know underground bells cannot. I think the long-handed inserters actually can. They can reach to the other side over a space gap. Gimme power. Working at space is so annoying. Okay, long-handed inserters ignore gaps just fine. So that's good. You can actually make a continuous loop then, just by using a long-handed inserter. You do have the throughput limits of a whatever quality you have access to long-handed inserter though. Underground bells do not work, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they just stop. It needs to be connected for the underground belt to do anything. Like if I copy this here, it is connected. But here there is the gap, so it doesn't connect. Just like with lava and stuff. Oh yeah, I suppose so. Welcome to Slachty Bartvest's Planet Production Center. We're just currently producing a small planet, a small Earth-sized planet. Of course we can create like Jupiter-sized planets in this box. It's not even our largest box. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it for me for today. I've been going on for way longer than I intended to. And now I've got a whole new series of exploits to think about, which was not the intention. The intention was I'm gonna get to work on my new episode. So maybe I'll just ignore this exploit for several reasons. which we just talked about. Yeah, this needs to be a base game thing. I think it's gonna get promoted to base game eventually. You cannot pick up something that you've dropped in space, unfortunately. Update fix 11 by Kelly was fucking annoying. Just send the way to fit 8 bombs into the coal plant on the Discord. Alright, good job. I'm not gonna upgrade it though. I'm 7 megawatts short on the 300 something megawatt, 400 something megawatt maximum for something which is a one-time shot. It only can shoot one time, and it's probably never gonna happen. So I'm not going to mess with that. We have more of these. So this is fine for my purposes. Yeah, we could like don't really see the purpose. But I will still have a look at it though. Well, yeah, I think I don't know. Legendary bots can move a huge, especially at higher bot speeds. Good robots for charging. They can move a huge amount of resources as well. But we're talking like hundreds of thousands of resources a minute here. I think bots can match that though. My limitation is just because I have inserters here. And my limiting factor is inserters around this. My bots are slow, my robots are poor, my inserters are crappy. It is 1000 times science cost. We don't have easy access to all the good upgrades, which are usually used to fill your time, because researching technologies in the base game is not really very time consuming. Even like a 45 science per minute base is usually way faster than people can keep up with building and expanding. So you get all the extra upgrades with their long research times of 60 seconds per science pack early in the game to keep you occupied, to give you something to research. Same for the stack size bonuses. The upgrades in Factorio are ridiculously expensive for what you get in return compared to researching actual technologies. This is just busy therapy, really. But not in 1K SPM. There it's not busy therapy at all. There it's just plainly out of reach for quite a while. Alright, don't have self-induced nightmares. Yeah, that's the danger. I usually do something else between going to bed and finishing the stream, just so I don't think about Factorio all the time when I lay in bed. Works with limiting success. So is life. Alright, I'm gonna call it quits here. Well, I would say decent progress. We've actually done a multitude of things today. We first fixed up a lot of the base by doing useful things, like replacing copper patches with new copper patches, so we can get properly distracted by space signs and space platforms without the base returning to a crawl. And we did our rocket silo stuff. We found out that the Johnnies will definitely shoot us if we go to space ourselves into this rocket silo. For those of you who weren't here, let's just do it really quick as an outro thing. Alright, so I want to go to a space platform. Yeah, the Johnnies are in range, they're definitely shooting at me. It's good I got an uncommon rocket silo, it can withstand a little bit more damage. They even follow me as I go up. They will start shooting in the other direction now. Yeah. The Johnnies come back alive. This is a little bit problematic though. I need some legendary quality pipes with more hit points here. finally a use for quality bells with more hit points and stuff. I found the use case for it. Alright, then we did the rocket silo stuff. Yeah, we got our uncommon rocket silo here. We started launching rockets. We actually built the entire perimeter of the space platform. Currently we're launching up rockets to actually build the asteroid collectors and whatnot. And then we made the design for 1k SPM, which is over in this save. Well, not the entire design, but we figured out all the numbers, right? That we didn't use a calculator. Yeah, I lie. We very clearly did use a calculator, but a regular calculator, not one which spells out everything for you. We figured out what we needed ourselves. We condensed a week worth of mathematics into this design to figure out exactly how many asteroids spawn. Hopefully it's all gonna work out. It would be very cool, especially because the margins are very thin. We are expecting to need 182 ice cubes a minute. We're expecting to get 187.6. So that's a very thin margin of error. This is on average. It goes up and down a bit as well. So it would be very cool if we could ratio out the entire build, including the size of the FN platform itself, to manipulate the asteroid spawns. There's more weird stuff going on, man. So yeah, we figured out the ratios. We figured out we probably do want fast inserter. Maybe we'll just eat the cost of the platforms. I mean, I should maybe hold on to my earlier theory, which says anything we build is 1000 times cheaper than in a regular game compared to the cost of technology. So even space platforms aren't expensive compared to researching something. Indeed, even fast inserter, which is a 30,000 red science technology at 3 plates each. That is 90,000 resources, which is equivalent to 18,000 steel, which is equivalent to 900 space platforms actually. So actually maybe it does make sense. 900 space platforms is less than a chunk. Here you got here you got like 900 platforms in. It is 900 platforms. So this is the cost of researching fast insert, basically. Yeah, 40 or 44 if we use productivity modules. So maybe I should just put those at the end, just to indicate it's 4 more if we use those. I can save this game then. This is the editor. Alright, and then after we did this, we went on an entire sidetrack into the part you just watched. With not having a landing pad, just drop pods, figuring out how to manipulate that and getting absolutely a ridiculous potential of resource extraction by inserters. Something, yeah, it's not gonna stay in the game. It's just not. It is just not gonna stay in the game. The entire idea it's not gonna stay in the game because alright, let's do the landing pad. Oh, that's gonna redirect all those things here. Landing pad. You can see how at home I am in this part of Factorio. This is gonna go real wrong real fast, but they specifically did not want you to do this with cargo base and then just take from the cargo base. You cannot take from cargo base, you can only take from from the central hub. So they specifically did want to limit you what you can take out of the storage area, and now it's going to explode all over the place with inserters. So since this is a limitation, okay, there we go. Since this is a limitation, they put in like definitely on purpose. It is kind of hard to imagine they would allow something like this to stay in the game, right? That just seems like it's not gonna happen. So yeah, I'm probably not going to design my base around this, but it was a fun sidetrack. It was definitely a very fun way to get sidetracked. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think I'm gonna use it, but feel free to use it in your own game, I would say. It's absolutely funny. Right. That's gonna be it for this end of the stream today. We're just gonna have this. Straight up, we're gonna have this as an output, as an outro screen. Oh man. What if reporting it and see if they answer with wound fix? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I can just make a clip from this stream, and that can be the entire bug report. This is like car stress and mega bases. I don't know. I mean, like mega base things use things like also like cargo wagon, shared inventory with blockable inventory slots, and even like rocket silos are used these days in mega bases because you can access them. It's basically just a large chest which can be accessed by many machines at once. Let's see how fast this can go in UPS. The UPS counter is still there. That's not too bad, I suppose. Although the entire planet is empty. No, it is bad. The entire planet is empty. And we're spawning in the iron. This is not great. 10 times game speed. Just for landing pods. I could do the 8 belts of iron from space legitimately at 1150 UPS. With asteroids on like 7 different platforms or something, and sending it down to Norvis without having a Norvis base still, but anyway, this is only half the UPS and we're spawning in the iron, so probably not the best idea, but definitely a very fun idea. Yeah, we can still UPS optimize it to land in the normal area. The blue undergrounds would help a lot, since you can bridge the 4 tiles grabbing range plus the 4 tiles of inserters. If you face them both ways with a blue underground. So you could also have a ring on the inside with inserters, which would double the efficiency and lessen the need to go out further, which leads to more calculations. You also need to make sure with this method that you are actually consuming everything that is sent down, because if you don't, you can see the landing pads start to land outside of the square already, which leads to the same problem, right? So eventually all of these want to land outside, and that's going to cause even harder UPS jobs. So it's kind of a very weird optimization puzzle, I suppose. Cargo bay, right, yeah, you don't have bots in space, right? So, yeah, it's probably a space platform thing. Maybe they should just allow inserters to interact with cargo bays on planets then. That would be such a hard difference to implement, I think. Right. I could look at this forever, I could talk with you forever. But I really have to go to bed now. Let's just end the stream on this dramatic music. Thank you all for watching. Come watch me next Friday and next Sunday again, where we probably will continue to break the game in the most funny ways imaginable. It's not the first time. Probably won't be the last. Thanks everybody for watching. I hope you had a great time. I sure did. And I hope I will see you all next time. Alright, this Sunday, indeed, this Sunday. In my mind it already was Sunday because I've been streaming for so long and my Friday streams are usually shorter. Alright, I messed up my next time, so now I'm just gonna say next time.